don't ever try to turn this into a communist nation again. Don't ever try to push homosexuality and transgenderism on little kids. Don't you ever fix your mouth to say that America is plagued with racism and white supremacy is the biggest threat in America. Rub their face in it. That's the image that I have in my mind of these whack jobs. And hopefully they'll learn their lesson that America is tired of it. America's tired of it. We shouldn't even be having these conversations about porn in schools. That is maddening to me. And then they try to gaslight you and act like the books ain't in school. Florida took 700 books out of schools because they contain false history or pure porn. The Mothers for Liberty, or I think that's her name, Mothers for Liberty or something her name is. That video got like 1.something million views on my channel. She explicitly explained to Joy Reid that there was a book in school talking about dildos. Hold the phone. I'll be back after the break.
Are you tired of being told to hang in there on the Wall Street roller coaster because the market always comes back? Meanwhile, fees continue to be deducted from your account while your retirement withers away? Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, best-selling author and star in a brand new Hollywood documentary called The Retirement Deception. In the film, you'll see how Wall Street's traditional retirement plans and 401ks have failed Americans. But more importantly, you'll discover the solution to protecting your hard-earned wealth and retiring successfully. You'll see how to grow money potentially double digits, beat inflation with increasing income, and when the next market crash hits, you lose nothing. So if you're over 50 and want a bigger, better, stress-free retirement, call to talk to a specialist and get a free copy of this brand new movie, The Retirement Deception. Call 800-578-3535. This is a $30 value, but when you call today, you get it completely free. Plus, I'll even cover shipping and handling, no credit card required. So don't delay, call right now. 800-578-3535. 800-578-3535. 800-578-3535.
News, opinion, insight. This is AM 560, The Answer. WIND, Chicago. Streaming at 560theanswer.com on the AM 560 mobile app. Or tell your smart speaker to play The Answer, Chicago.
President Biden insists he did not break the law. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News, reacting to the special counsel's report that led to no charges against the president over his handling of classified documents, saying he cooperated. And he read from the report the difference in the case against former President Trump that did lead to charges.
According to the indictment, he not only refused to return the documents for many months, he also obstructed justice by enlisting others to destroy evidence and then to lie about it.
But the special counsel report does say President Biden willfully retained and disclosed classified materials after he was vice president. But Fox's Kevin Corke reports
the special counsel, Robert Hur, recommended against criminal charges, in part because he said he believed that a jury might view the president as a, quote, elderly man with a very poor memory.
The president took issue with that.
Yeah, my memory is fine. My memory, take a look at what I've done since I've become president.
Well, the special counsel says in interviews he got mixed up on dates when he was the vice president and when his son died. Former President Trump's demanding charges against him be dropped in the documents case, calling it selective prosecution and election interference. He's won 2 more Republican contests, caucuses in the U.S. Virgin Islands and in Nevada.
So I'd like to congratulate none of the above.
Taking a swipe last night in Las Vegas at Nikki Haley, who lost to a none-of-the-above option in Tuesday's Nevada primary that didn't count. Now, she did not pay to take part in the caucuses, calling the Nevada process rigged. The Supreme Court held a hearing considering the Trump appeal of Colorado's ruling to disqualify former President Trump from the primary ballot there, claiming he led an insurrection with the Capitol riot.
It really came down to whether or not this 14th Amendment provision applies to President Trump. Justice Thomas had questions about that, and Justice Jackson saying, listen, we have real concerns about what Colorado has done here.
Fox's Shannon Bream, no word when the court might rule on the case. America's listening to Fox News.
43 degrees in Chicago. It's 5:02 on AM 560, The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Hospital officials at Lurie Children's are blaming a known criminal threat actor for causing a network outage at the Chicago healthcare facility. Last week, the building took systems offline, including phone, email, electronic medical records, and other systems due to a cyber attack. Officials didn't provide any specifics on who that criminal threat actor may be. They are working with the FBI and other federal law enforcement and internal experts to try and resolve the issue. An investigation is underway after a masonry worker died following a construction accident. Officials say the incident happened Wednesday at Homewood Flossmoor High School while Ronald Simonson was working on the new science building project. Simonson suffered a wound to the neck from a motorized handsaw. As the taxpayer cost of health care for migrants in Illinois approaches $1 billion, many are saying enough is enough. We get the very latest on reaction to the big dollars spent from our Kevin Bessler in Springfield.
After an initial budget estimate by Governor J.B. Pritzker for migrant care of $550 million, that figure has ballooned to around $770 million. State Senator Sue Rezin says that money could be used to help people who already live in Illinois.
The money spent on this program inevitably reduces funding and resources available for other crucial and essential programs for Illinois citizens.
It was revealed this week by the Department of Health Care and Family Services that nearly all copays have been eliminated for migrants. State Senator Chapin Rose says everyone else has to pay insurance premiums and copays.
Goes to work, does their job, pays their health care premium, pays their kids' ER copay, pays their kids' doctor's copay, and then non-citizens show up and it's free? This is nuts.
Around 35,000 migrants have arrived in Illinois from other countries over the past 16 months. I'm Kevin Bessler.
The city of Chicago is collecting feedback about the use of the controversial but highly successful ShotSpotter technology in the city. Catherine Shaw is against renewing the contract.
I'm urging the mayor to cancel the ShotSpotter contract. Solutions to gun violence must come from impacted communities, not police or companies that profit off of and rely on violence to justify their existence.
The Community Commission for Public Safety held a meeting last night where they heard from residents who were both against and for the gunshot detection technology. Maria Pike wants that technology in every police district.
A friend of mine whose brother was killed in a district that does not have ShotSpotter, and he died for lack of attention because, he was shot and nobody called the police. So I do believe, I believe that the technology is very efficient.
The meeting comes as a contract with ShotSpotter is set to expire next week unless it is extended by Mayor Johnson. While running for mayor, Johnson spoke out against the contract. Illinois Republican lawmakers laying out their agenda for the spring session. House Minority Leader Tony McCombie Thursday in Springfield urged her colleagues to go over the plan.
Addressing state agency mismanagement and dysfunction for us to improve efficiencies would overall better our citizens as well as lower dollars.
McCombie says she's looking to implement some sort of ethics reform. The governor's budget address is set for February 21. A woman is dead following a hit and run on Chicago's southwest side. The victim struck by a pickup yesterday in the 4300 block of South Pulaski. The driver did not stop. Wisconsin saw its first ever recorded February tornado. National Weather Service says the tornado hit between Evansville and Edgerton around 6 last night. No reports of any serious injuries, plenty of reports of damage. However, modern weather records only date back to 1880, and most upper Midwest states have recorded winter tornadoes, many in February. The girlfriend of a man accused of killing 8 in Joliet last month is pleading not guilty. Kylie Singleton was charged with obstruction of justice. Prosecutors say the defendant gave false information during the investigation and search for her boyfriend, Romeo Nance. Several former Bears are headed to the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Steve Mongo McMichael, Devin Hester, and Julius Peppers have all been elected to the Hall. Members of the class of 2024, Hester reacting last night in Las Vegas.
It's a great honor to just not only to make the Hall of Fame, but to represent the city of Chicago. The city of Chicago is one of the cities that when I would say out of 4 years that I played for different teams was the one city that I can say was really, really, truly a football city.
McMichael played 13 seasons with the Bears, part of the '85 championship defense. His wife, Misty.
Yeah, I mean, he's amazing. And in football especially, but in everything he does, he's amazing. But yeah, he's the most awesome football player I've ever seen. Of course, I'm a little bit biased, but y'all can watch the films.
Pepper spent 4 of his 17 seasons in the NFL with the Bears, ranking 4th in the league history in career sacks. Chicago sports. Bulls power through the fourth quarter to take down Memphis 118-110 at the FedEx Forum. DeMar DeRozan led with 30 points. Andre Drummond and Nikola Vucevic each recorded a double-double, and no moves by the Bears at the NBA trade deadline. Blackhawks will try and snap a 5-game losing skid when they host the Rangers tonight. Number 12 Fighting Illini go for their 4th win in a row when they visit Michigan State in East Lansing tomorrow. Another college basketball action, Loyola will visit George Washington. Bradley hosts Drake. Illinois State will travel to Southern Illinois. Sahith Theegala sits on top of the leaderboard after play was suspended in the opening round of the Phoenix Open. AM 560 news time is 5:08. The news, a service of Turnkey.pro. Reduce your costs, find new revenue streams, grow your team. Do more in 2024 with the help of Turnkey, managed IT, and marketing and business consulting. Visit Turnkey.pro today. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
November 2nd, 2020, marked the 100th anniversary of the first commercial radio broadcast. We're still here, and we're bigger and better than ever. You can still listen to us over this great radio station, but now there are no limitations. Your smartphone is now your smart radio. Listen to us online on the app, TuneIn.com, iHeartRadio, and Odyssey.com. Your smart speaker can find us too. With radio, there is no separation anxiety. We're always on. AM 560, The Answer.
50 years of precision tooling. Now that's a lot of job shop work and custom parts. And it's why Bruscher Machining is the go-to CNC turning and machining company in Chicagoland. If you have a custom project, whether it's a single prototype or a short-run production of a few thousand pieces, give them a call today for your free custom quote, 630-876-1661. Or visit BruscherMachining.com. That's BRUCHER Machining.com. They also provide heat treating, balancing, plating, and surface coating, welding, and fabrication, plus project management. Bruscher Machining guarantees to consistently deliver high-quality parts and solutions on time for reasonable prices. Yeah, everyone says that, but the proof is in the tooling. Stop by to meet their team of seasoned pros and tour the facility located in West Chicago. To learn more about how CNC machining can turn your tough project into an operational reality, contact Bruscher Machining today for your free custom quote, 630-876-1661.
A great smile can make you feel happy and confident. So when you consciously conserve your teeth, that glowing smile will show through. At Best Dental Group, Doctors Economos, Guevalis, and their staff are ready to help you create that perfect look or maintain the one you have now. Along with general dentistry, Best Dental Group is a multidisciplined practice with an orthodontist, periodontist, and prosthetic specialists on site. They use the newest breakthroughs in dental technology, such as titanium implants, Invisalign clear braces, and laser treatments. Don't let fear get in the way. They can recommend sedation to make your experience as comfortable as possible. Best Dental Group is located in historic downtown Bartlett and is a multilingual office. Call 630-830-4930. That's 630-830-4930. Or visit bestdental.org. Best Dental Group, sharing your conservative values and helping you to conserve your teeth.
It's 5:11 on AM 560, The Answer. Let's get an update on the roads. Team Hochberg Traffic Center time is the service of Discover. Did you know Discover wants everyone to feel special? That's why with your Discover card, you have access to 24/7 customer service. Learn more, discover.com/card/credit card. Limitations apply. Edens, Kennedy, Ike, and Stevenson are off and on time. The Ryan has a stalled semi inbound at Canalport. Chicago's Morning Answer starts next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast. Very latest. in our QC Kinetics Weather Center with Steve Williams.
Sun and clouds today, breezy, and the high today 57. Mostly cloudy tonight with the low 32. Partly sunny, breezy day tomorrow, the high 42. And then clouds and some sun on Sunday, the high Sunday afternoon at 40. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
44 at O'Hare. Skies are clear at the moment. Your next news update is 5:30. Chicago's Morning Answer starts next on AM 560, The Answer.
Have you been struggling to find an easy, safe, and secure document scanning solution for Salesforce.com, Microsoft 365, SharePoint, or OnBase by Highland? Your struggle is now over, and it's time to get your documents and operations into the 21st century. With IoT Smart Connected Scanning, it's easy to turn physical paper into digital documents and have them directly uploaded to the cloud with IoT Smart Connected Scanning from IDT. And you don't need a degree in computing or IT to make it happen. Using QR code technology uniquely configured for your specific business, anyone can set the IoT Smart Connected Scanning device up in 5 minutes or less, saving your organization money and valuable time. Remote employees can even capture documents and send them safely and seamlessly. Organize documents efficiently and securely with IoT Smart Connected Scanning from IDT. To see a demo or to order now, go to ready4idt.com. That's ready4idt.com. Use promo code SMART and receive 10% off your order. IDT, putting paper in its place.
When you're serious about your concealed carry training and education and are ready to learn from an active police officer with a teaching degree, check out Illinois Concealed Carry Training in Midlothian. You'll learn safe, responsible firearm use, home defense planning, conflict avoidance, situational awareness, and how to remain physically, morally, and financially safe in the event you must use your firearm in self-defense or the defense of another. Weekday and weekend classes available.
I'm Sergeant Gary Carr, police firearms trainer and the owner of Illinois Concealed Carry Training. We'll arm you with what really counts: knowledge and training. All concealed carry curriculums are not created equal. This may be the single most important decision you'll ever make for yourself and your loved ones. Choose between 3 and 16-hour classes that are available both weekdays and weekends. We are your one-stop for concealed carry classes, fingerprints, and legal defense plans.
Register for a class today and get 10% off class fees with promo code AM560. Visit IllinoisConcealedCarry.com. That's IllinoisConcealedCarry.com.
This is Carol Platt-Liebau for Townhall.com. The illegal immigration crisis isn't just what's happening at the border. Many who come here illegally are simply in search of a better life, but others are criminals. And too many of our leaders, who are supposed to uphold our laws and protect our people, aren't doing either. 2 votes in Congress last week made that painful reality clear. 155 Democrats opposed a bill that would have made Social Security fraud or other identification document fraud a deportable offense for illegal immigrants. And 150 Democrats voted against deporting illegal immigrants who drive drunk. This is unacceptable. Not only are these Democrats condoning the violation of our immigration laws, they're lawlessly siding with illegal immigrant criminals over the fellow citizens they've sworn to serve and protect. And they're violating their oaths of office. Let's hope Americans remember on Election Day. I'm Carol Platt-Liebau.
A great smile can make you feel happy and confident. So when you consciously conserve your teeth, that glowing smile will show through. At Best Dental Group, Doctors Economos, Guevalis, and their staff are ready to help you create that perfect look or maintain the one you have now. Along with general dentistry, Best Dental Group is a multidisciplined practice with an orthodontist, periodontist, and prosthetic specialists on site. They use the newest breakthroughs in dental technology, such as titanium implants, Invisalign clear braces, and laser treatments. Don't let fear get in the way. They can recommend sedation to make your experience as comfortable as possible. Best Dental Group is located in historic downtown Bartlett and is a multilingual office. Call 630-830-4930. That's 630-830-4930. Or visit bestdental.org. Best Dental Group, sharing your conservative values and helping you to conserve your teeth.
You are a creator. You've been inspired to design and craft incredible works of art. But nothing derails you like not having the right materials you need to get the project done. K&S Precision Metals prides itself on having the right metal pieces for you to be a maker. With a huge array of metal products for every part of your project, from beginning design to the finished product, K&S Precision Metals provides brass, aluminum, copper, stainless steel tubing, wire, and more. K&S Precision Metals only supplies the highest quality metal items. Each piece is pure metal with no lead or fillers. You can feel good that your project is made with metal manufactured right here in the USA. K&S Precision Metals are used by the medical and movie industries, artists, crafters, engineers, and educators. Family owned and operated in Chicago for over 76 years. Most orders are shipped within a day. Order direct at ksmetals.com. That's ksmetals.com. K&S Precision Metals. Our materials, your creations.
When your home or business has an insurance claim, the next step is very important. The claim process with insurance can be tedious, hard to understand, and difficult to navigate. You need someone working for you. You need a licensed claim adjuster. Why? The insurance company will send out their inspectors that work for them, get paid by them, and represent them, not you.
This is Dan Lights from Crosscom. We inspect your property, file your claim, negotiate the damages, and maximize your settlement with your insurance company. If we complete the repairs approved by your insurance company, our service is free. Crosscom Public Adjusters has turned denied claims into approved claims. We've also increased insurance claims anywhere from 23 to 1,000%. We are licensed by the Department of Insurance and work in Illinois, Northwest Indiana, and Southern Wisconsin. Crosscom Public Adjusters, 630-871-5500. Online at crosscominc.com. That's crosscominc.com. Crosscom, building trust for over 20 years.
50 years of precision tooling. Now that's a lot of job shop work and custom parts. And it's why Bruscher Machining is the go-to CNC turning and machining company in Chicagoland. If you have a custom project, whether it's a single prototype or a short-run production of a few thousand pieces, give them a call today for your free custom quote, 630-876-1661, or visit BruscherMachining.com. That's BRUCHER Machining.com. They also provide heat treating, balancing, plating, and surface coating, welding and fabrication, plus project management. Bruscher Machining guarantees to consistently deliver high-quality parts and solutions on time for reasonable prices. Yeah, everyone says that, but the proof is in the tooling. Stop by to meet their team of seasoned pros and tour the facility located in West Chicago. To learn more about how CNC machining can turn your tough project into an operational reality, contact Bruscher Machining today for your free custom quote, 630-876-1661.
Portions of the following show may be pre-recorded.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. But in for Amy this morning, again, is our friend Charles Thomas, former ABC7 political reporter, radio talk show host. Charles, good morning.
Hey, just trying to do Amy justice, man. She'll be
you're,
back next week.
You're affording yourself well. Yes, I think she gets back from her visit with Macron and company in Gay Paris next week. Yes. Mm-hmm. So that didn't go how the White House must have hoped it would have went. The impromptu address to the nation yesterday by President Biden, Mr. 10%, the big guy, it was supposed to be celebratory. The special counsel's reports, Robert Hur, remember him? Oh, yeah, there was a special counsel appointed to investigate Biden's handling of classified documents. Well, came out with this report. It had been in Telegraph for the last several days, and it was going to be somewhat critical, but he was ultimately going to not recommend charges, and there would be distinctions in there that between how Biden handled classified documents versus how Trump did, and this was going to be very good, but they decided to have President Biden address the press corps as well and take questions, and things started to go off the rail a little bit in his prepared remarks, and then went significantly more off the rails, in my estimation, during the brief Q&A session. Here's how it began. Joe Biden stepping to the podium and declaring victory.
As you know, the special counsel released his findings today about their look into my handling of classified documents. I was pleased to see he reached a firm conclusion that no charges should be brought against me in this case. This was an exhaustive investigation going back more than 40 years, even into the 1970s when I was still a new United States Senator. The special counsel acknowledged I cooperated completely. I did not throw up any roadblocks. I sought no delays. In fact, I was so determined to give the special counsel what he needed, I went forward with a 5-hour in-person interview over 2 days on October the 8th and 9th of last year.
Yeah, he did, and that's where the problems begin, because that's what's documented in the report, just how problematic is Biden's memory. Now, before we get to those clips that, of course, are dominating the discussion about Joe Biden, I mean, even dominating the discussion prior to Joe Biden addressing the nation, with some people suggesting Joe Biden's addressing the nation, this impromptu press conference. Is he going to announce that he's not running again? No, quite the opposite. I think, Charles, and you take this before we get to those clips that are drawing so much conversation. The choice to do this impromptu press conference, but to do it where he would then take questions from the press rather than doing it from the Oval Office, keeping it nice and tight, 10 minutes, go to sleep, and will, even though there are these assertions made in the special counsel's report about his competence, it becomes a press saying one thing after you seeing Biden give this 10-minute speech, and we can win the war on that issue over the next several days in siloed rather than putting Biden on the front lines, particularly at night, that late at night, to address the press. Just in terms of a political calculation, don't you see that as a mistake?
Well, they say that people with dementia do better at night. At the end of the day, as opposed to the very beginning. I mean,
there's also this thing called sundowners.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Where, I mean, I don't know. I think he had a bad day all the way around yesterday. I mean, this assessment by the special counsel of who he is and how he's doing cognitively was devastating, I thought.
Devastating.
It confirmed what everybody knows, or at least even on the Democrat side, whispers. It's just here's an independent, officially charged investigator who basically is saying out loud in a very official way what we all know. Right?
Well, right. I mean, what we've all witnessed for years. I mean, the gaffes and frankly, the problem with Joe Biden is he's made so many gaffes over so many years. I mean, going back decades, he's such a boob that it's difficult to know if it's just Joe Biden the boob or Joe Biden the boob whose mental competence is also in significant decline. And of course, everybody's is going to decline to some extent between the time you're 50 and 80, but such that he is unfit for office is what we're talking about. That's the standard. This is interesting what Hur wrote in his report. And really, is this his job? Is this Robert Hur's job? By the way, this is a former U.S. attorney from the state of Maryland. So it's not like this is some Trump flack. Of course not. Garland wouldn't have appointed him. This is from the report. Mr. Biden's memory was significantly limited both during his recorded interviews with the ghostwriter in 2017 and in his interview with our office in 2023. His cooperation with our investigation, including by reporting to the government that Afghanistan documents were in his Delaware garage, will likely convince some jurors that he made an innocent mistake rather than acting willfully, that is, with the intent to break the law as the statute requires. Another viable defense is that Mr. Biden might not have retained the classified documents in his Virginia home at all. They could have been stored by mistake without his knowledge at his Delaware home since the time he was vice president, as were other classified documents recovered during our investigation. He goes on to make other excuses for Biden. We've considered that at trial, Mr. Biden would likely present himself to a jury as he did during our interview of him as a sympathetic, well-meaning, elderly man with a poor memory. Based on our direct interactions with and observations of him, he is someone for whom many jurors would want to identify reasonable doubt. It would be difficult to convince a jury that they should convict him, by then a former president well into his 80s, of a serious felony that requires a mental state of willfulness. So this comes down to this sort of remarkable contradiction, which is the special prosecutor is declaring Joe Biden is unfit for trial, whilst we're supposed to believe he is fit to be the leader of the free world.
And
square that circle.
Yeah, and I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but there was another world leader who might be considered an adversary of Joe Biden, who remembered chapter and verse of Eastern European history during an interview that I watched overnight. What a contrast! And you mean that this is the guy that Joe Biden is up against in world affairs? Whoa, man, that's frightening. It's frightening.
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 646-36DA, turnkey.pro text line. Bill and Glen Ellen, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, I think that special counsel report was used by the Obama people surrounding Biden to put him out there late at night when they normally try to keep him hidden. They know that he declines a lot in the evening. So to cement what the special counsel report said, they threw him out there to the wolves. Because from what I could see, the press actually started asking him questions when normally they just let him waltz off, stumble off the stage. So I think
the they is back. The they, really. This Obama they has to be defined. People have to connect dots for me. I mean, you can theorize all you want, but I don't think so. I don't think so. The Obama people. You know who is the gatekeeper to Joe Biden? It's not Michelle Obama. It's not Valerie Jarrett. It's not KJP. It's not Susan Rice. You get where I'm going? It's Jill Biden. Jill Biden.
The doctor.
His wife. Yeah. Not a doctor.
Yeah. The deal is, she keeps him, medicated, and they make the policy. Because he obviously isn't in control of what he's doing. I mean, it just is not mentally competent to do it. So if you think that he's the one who's making the policy, it's just
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. Thanks for the call, Bill. That's not what I said. I've grown really weary of the people waiting for the Obama conspiratorialists waiting for Godot. Spoiler alert: Godot never arrives. In case you haven't seen it or read it. The point is not that this is not Jobama term 3, which it is, and I've said that from the outset. I said that as a candidate that this was an extension and it would be a lot of the same people. That's not the point. The point is you think they are orchestrating something, and they are not orchestrating anything. They may be trying to. Some people may want to see him out of the race. Some people may have wanted to see him out of the race a long time ago. Now they're at the timing of this, they're in a real difficult situation, especially if you want him to be switched out for someone other than Kamala Harris. So, that's the puppeteers, those Obama party pulling all the strings, they're either not very good at it or they actually haven't been able to do it. Maybe they're not even trying. All right, we're going to pick this up on the other side. Let's check the headlines with Mike Scott.
In Chicago, we have 42 degrees. 5:31 is our time on AM 560, The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. President Biden defending his mental fitness after a report by the Justice Department claimed he's a senior citizen with not a great memory. Fox's Madeline Rivera is at the White House this morning.
Special Counsel Robert Hur says some of these materials included documents about military and foreign policy in Afghanistan. They were found in a badly damaged box in the president's Delaware garage, surrounded by household items. Nevertheless, Hur did not bring criminal charges against the president because he would, quote, likely present himself to a jury as a sympathetic, well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory. Meantime, former President Trump says the Justice Department should drop the charges against him in his classified documents case, given Hur's decision not to charge President Biden.
Madeline Rivera at the White House. Speaking after the Supreme Court wrapped up his Colorado ballot case Thursday, former President Donald Trump said he thought his lawyers made a very good case, and he thought it was well received. Also Thursday evening, former President Trump won the Republican caucuses in Nevada in a landslide. House Select Committee on China releasing a report accusing Qualcomm Ventures and other firms of sinking at least $3 billion into companies with ties to the military in Beijing. Hospital officials at Lurie Children's are blaming a known criminal threat actor for causing a network outage at the Chicago healthcare facility last week. They're working with the FBI and other law enforcement and internal experts to resolve that issue. An investigation is underway after a masonry worker died following a construction accident at a south suburban high school. Officials say the incident happened Wednesday at Homewood Flossmoor High School. OSHA is investigating. City of Chicago is collecting feedback about the use of the controversial but highly successful ShotSpotter technology in the city. Catherine Shaw is against renewing the contract.
I'm urging the mayor to cancel the ShotSpotter contract. Solutions to gun violence must come from impacted communities, not police or companies that profit off of and rely on violence to justify their existence.
The meeting comes as a contract with ShotSpotter is set to expire next week. Wisconsin saw its first ever recorded February tornado. National Weather Service says it hit around 6 last night. No reports of any serious injuries, but there is some damage. Just a reminder, modern weather records only date back to 1880, and most upper Midwest states have recorded winter tornadoes, many in February. A Northwest Indiana man accused of ordering a gang shooting in 2015 that killed 2 innocent bystanders is going to prison for 3 life terms. Eduardo Luciano from Hammond was sentenced yesterday by a federal judge on several charges, including murder and conspiracy to participate in racketeering activity. Several former Bears are headed to the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Steve Mongo McMichael, Devin Hester, and Julius Peppers have all been elected as members of the class of 2024. Hester reacting last night in Vegas.
It's a great honor to just not only to make the Hall of Fame, but to represent the city of Chicago. The city of Chicago is one of the cities that, when I would say out of 4 years that I played for different teams, was the one city that I can say was really, really, truly a football city.
Hester played 8 of his 11 NFL seasons with the Bears and is regarded as the most prolific return specialist in league history. Bulls winners over the Grizzlies 118-110 last night. Blackhawks on the ice taking on the Rangers this evening. And the news is a service of Turnkey.pro. Do more in 2024 with the help of Turnkey, Managed IT, Marketing, and Business Consulting. Visit Turnkey.pro today. That's Turnkey.pro. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
This radio station is always on, but sometimes you need more content that you can take with you anywhere. That's why we invented the SalemPodcastNetwork.com. You'll find all the great hosts on this radio station, plus a few more, like Charlie Kirk, Dinesh D'Souza, Trish Regan, Jenna Ellis, and Dennis and Julie. There's literally no end to what we can teach you. It's like radio on demand, and just like radio, it's always on. Go find out what you're missing. Download the app, SalemPodcastNetwork.com.
Cooler weather is here. Is your vehicle ready for the winter? Remke's Garage, your diesel engine and transmission specialist, can inspect your vehicle so you won't end up on the side of the road. Take it to the experts. Take it to Remke's Garage. The shop at Remke's Garage is equipped with state-of-the-art diagnostic equipment and highly trained technicians. When was the last time you changed your filters, checked your batteries, inspected your tires, belts and hoses, or flushed your coolant? Be prepared. Bring your Mercedes Sprinter, Ford Power Stroke, Dodge Cummins, Chevy Duramax, or Isuzu diesel truck to Remke's Garage and have your tires inspected as well. Ask about the fleet-worthy commercial-grade Toyo Celsius Cargo all-weather tire. The premier tire to accommodate the rainy, icy, snowy, and cold weather we encounter here in the Chicagoland area. Don't get stuck. Remke's Garage is your diesel and Toyo tire headquarters. Visit remkesgarage.com, that's REMKES garage.com, and schedule your inspection today.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-353-2973 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-353-2973. That's 800-353-2973. What do you have to lose? Call 800-353-2973. Again, 800-353-2973.
Jackson Hewitt offers you your biggest refund, guaranteed, or your money back, plus $100. Hurry into Jackson Hewitt today.
Let's get a check on the roads at 5:38, Team Hotberg Traffic Center time. And just a note to our riders this morning on Metra's Union Pacific West Line, irregular train service right now all the way into the Ogilvie Transportation Center due to trains with mechanical failure starting at the origin point of that line all the way again into Ogilvie with delays, and we'll keep you advised on that. Otherwise, it's the Bishop Ford and I-57 slowdowns into the Ryan already this morning, and 15 minutes on the Ryan from 95th into the Burns Circle interchange. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast. Periods of sun, breezy with a high near 56 today. Cloudy, colder, low 32 overnight. Skies are clear right now. 44 at O'Hare, 46 at Midway, 45 along the lakefront. Your next news update is at 6. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560 The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson.
Only the biggest stories, only the biggest guests, and only the biggest opinions. This is AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan, and in for Amy this morning. Charles Thomas, former ABC 7 political reporter. We're discussing that rather eventful press conference that President Biden had yesterday. And the talk really is not about the particulars of his handling of classified information, which is the subject mainly of the special prosecutor's report, saying that he doesn't see any reason to move forward with criminal charges because basically he's a doddering old man who's unfit for trial and a sympathetic figure. So the question is, setting aside the classified documents thing right now, is President Biden unfit to serve? And did that really get finally driven home, as you were saying before the break, Charles, yesterday? It's sort of, I guess my question is, was that press conference his Captain Queeg moment? Right? Everybody's seen the K Mutiny. If you haven't, shame on you. Where finally you can't ignore what the crew already knows. Finally, the brass can't ignore what the crew already knows, that the captain of the ship is not seaworthy. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. 64636-DA, turnkey.pro text line. Now Biden tried to head off those critical comments about his failed memory contained in the report. He tried to head them off in the statement by making it personal, as he often does, by bringing in his son, Beau, who passed away. This was a way, I think, to try to push the press corps. Don't ask me about that. Don't you dare ask me about that, because I'll come over the top with the Beau story on you and you're going to look bad. This is what he tried to do, but there's a problem.
In addition, I know there's some attention paid to some language in the report about my recollection of events. There's even reference that I don't remember when my son died. How in the hell dare he raise that? Frankly, when I was asked the question, I thought to myself, it wasn't any of their damn business. Let me tell you something. Some of you have commented, I wear since the day he died, every single day, the rosary he got from Our Lady of...
Our Lady of what? It's not compelling when you try to be morally indignant and you highlight the problem documented in the report because you can't remember the rosary is from Our Lady of... We don't know, because he couldn't fill in the blank. He just stopped.
Yeah.
And it only got worse when he was finished with his remarks and they went to the brief Q&A section of the program. How bad is your memory? Asked Steve Doocy.
President Biden, something the special counsel said in his report is that one of the reasons you were not charged is because, in his description, you are a well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory.
I'm well-meaning, and I'm an elderly man, and I know what the hell I'm doing. I've been president. I put this country back on its feet. I don't need his recommendation. It's
How
totally
bad is your memory, and can you continue as president?
My memory is so bad I let you speak. That's my
memory has gotten worse.
And unless you just chalk this up to Peter Doocy being too pointed, because he's Fox and he's just shilling for Trump or whatever you might say, if you're inclined to that line of thinking. CNN's MJ Lee. CNN, I said.
Mr. President, for months when you were asked about your age, you would respond with the words, watch me. Many American people have been watching, and they have expressed concerns about your age.
That is your judgment. That is your judgment. That is not the judgment of the press.
They expressed concerns about your mental acuity. They say that you are too old. Mr. President, in December, you told me that you believe there are many other Democrats who could defeat Donald Trump. So why does it have to be you now? What is your answer to that question?
Because I'm the most qualified person in this country to be president of the United States and finish the job I started.
Sound like someone stepping down?
Not voluntarily.
Nope. 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 And then he came back for one more question. That was a fateful decision. Somebody asked him on the way out the door about the state of play in Israel. And, well, I'll let the big guy speak for himself because he ain't going nowhere.
I'm of the view, as you know, that the conduct of the response in Gaza, in the Gaza Strip, has been over the top. I think that, as you know, initially, the president of Mexico, Sisi, did not want to open up the gate to allow humanitarian material to get in. I talked to him. I convinced him to open the gate. I talked to Bibi to open the gate on the Israeli side. I've been pushing really hard to get humanitarian assistance into Gaza. There are a lot of innocent people who are starving, a lot of innocent people who are in trouble and dying, and it's got to stop, number one. Number two, I was also in a position that I'm the guy that made the case that we have to do much more to increase the amount of material going in.
Yeah, we got to get those burritos and tacos and such into there, man, into Gaza.
Right.
People are starving.
Yeah, Mexico on the border of. Right. So, of course, Abdel Fattah el-Sisi is the president of Egypt, which is the relevant country, not Mexico. And it's one of those things where you misstate something, like I just did when I said Steve Doocy instead of Peter Doocy. You know, he's getting the Doocy's confused. You catch yourself. It's something in that moment where you would say Mexico instead of Egypt when you're talking about the Middle East. You think that might register, but it doesn't. It doesn't. Our Lady of what? Where? Our Lady of which? What? Where? President? Mr. President? Mm-hmm. By the way, the position of the administration that Israel's response is over the top as well. It's a strange position to take when you're simultaneously pushing a comprehensive border bill, foreign aid package that includes another $17 billion for Israel. But I guess this is the fork-tongued foreign policy that you get from somebody who is, well, unfit for office. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. 64636DA, turnkey.pro text line. George in Naperville.
Yes, Dan, Biden is aging like fine wine. Let him be.
He's turning into vinegar? Yeah, thanks for the call, George. Mark on the south side.
Good morning, Dan and Charles. In the Her report, he said he's an elderly man with a memory loss. Biden's defending himself last night saying he doesn't have a memory loss. So when he took the documents, he wasn't elderly and he had no memory loss. They should have gone forward with the charges.
Thanks for the call, Mark. Yeah, it's a good point you make. I mean, the whole, as we were talking about before Mike Scott's newscast, HER's report is not without its problems. We're sort of glossing over the commentary. It has very, very op-ed type form rather than a legal analysis. His commentary to distinguish it from Trump, his commentary on Biden's memory and age and what a jury might think. How about just whether or not he knowingly broke the law and what charges should be recommended if he did knowingly break the law? And right, as you point out, what was his mens rea at the time he made the decisions, or was aware of the decisions, or should have been aware of the decisions about classified documents? His fitness, if you will, his acuity at that time. Yeah, I mean, those are all good points. But, of course, because of some of the responses you just heard, the statements you just heard from the president, the conversation now is completely about, can he continue? Should he continue? Lewis, outside.
Yes, I think we're missing it. He's playing his get-out-of-jail card, okay? He has just been certified as not being competent enough to testify. To testify against what? Against the Hunter Biden case, and also if he loses, Kamala Harris will become the first black woman president, and so he's killing two birds with one stone.
All right, thanks for the call, Lewis. Dean in Sarasota, Florida.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Hey, did anybody mention that only 2 hours earlier he ended a news conference in Virginia emphatically by stating this issue is now closed? And 2 hours later, he goes on national TV and opens it up again.
Good point.
That's him. And his news conferences, they always start late. My wife and I, we get ready for KJP coming out at 2:30 or whatever
sure,
it is.
It's exciting,
They're always late. It's a poorly run administration. One of these days we're going to wake up and the Chinese are just going to say, today's the day, and they're going to press that nuclear button, and who knows, today may be the day after last night's performance.
Thanks for the call, Dean. Let's hope not. Chris and Carrie.
Hey, good morning, guys. You know, I'm so tired of him using his son, and he literally dances on the grave of his son. He brings it up at the most opportune moments. He repeatedly tells the story of his son dying in the war. So he just uses it as a tool. It's disrespectful and disgusting. And then I'm glad that you played the soundbite of him confusing CC, Mexico, Egypt. Now this is like almost the third day in a row. I mean, how can you get around this? And I talked to my friends who are on the left, and I just say, listen, you can admit that the guy's so far gone, he's not competent. It doesn't mean you support Trump, and they can't distinguish between the two, because to admit that Biden is not effective almost means they support Trump. I just don't get it.
Yeah, thanks for the call, and it also means that they've made a terrible mistake in 2020. And they don't want to bring themselves to address that either. But the problem is, they may not say it to you, your friends, but they're saying it to pollsters. We know this. We know a majority of Democrats think that Biden is too old for the gig, which is a nice way of saying he's unfit to serve. I mean, this is not going unnoticed by people other than those who are willfully blind. So there are many Biden voters who are seeing the same thing and may still be Biden supporters. They're seeing the same things we're seeing. How could you not? How could you not?
Yeah, the other mental illness here is the TDS, the Trump derangement syndrome. You just can't cut through it. It's hard to cut through it.
No, but I'll tell you what. I think VDH was on last night on Fox last night doing post-mortem, almost literally, on that press conference. And he made a good point about the press. We played that clip from MJ Lee of CNN, getting a little rough with Biden and him, yelling at her, basically. And it's getting to the point now where some people are going to protect their own backsides, including the Democrat Party, the Democrat Socialist Party's comm shop, the D.C. Press Corps, which includes, the entirety of CNN. Take a listen to VDH.
Well, I think they've jumped the proverbial shark, and I think right now there's a lot of journalists who are saying, I want to get out of Dodge. I want to go on record that I've always said, I always believed he had mental problems or he was not, and I think they're going to try to be the first to say, I have integrity, I'm empirical, I'm disinterested, because it's going to get worse and worse, and they don't want to be the last person on the Biden is competent train, and I think they want to get off. And I expect just the opposite. I think a lot of people are going to say, I knew this the whole time, I just couldn't say so. Because I think we're reaching a point where I don't see how he's going to be tenable when a federal special prosecutor appointed by his own attorney general says that he's essentially unfit to be president of the United States. Yeah. What do you do after that?
What do you do after that? That is the operative question. Unfit to stand trial, but I'm more than competent to be leader of the free world. That is a tough sell. Tough sell. Mac in the 219.
This whole thing is a setup. They put this on there. They all knew it was coming. Either Obama and Jill put this together to get him out of there, because there is no chance the Justice Department would ever think of putting that in that document. No chance. This is the way to get him out, and they're going to slip in that greasy-haired scumbag from California, and that's who we're running against. But this was a setup, intentional. Nobody put that demented diaper-wearing goofball on TV live at 8 o'clock at night on a Thursday night.
Thanks for the call, Mac.
He makes an excellent point. They had to think about this at the Justice Department, this report, and those lines in there addressing his mental fitness or his memory. They had to know that would be a time bomb. That would be a bomb, more than a time bomb. That would be a bomb. That would blow up a lot. They had to know that. Thanks, Mac.
Yeah, where is Biden fluffer Patrick Bateman? Gavin Newsom. I mean, he should be out there publicly filleting Biden right now, saying this is the greatest president that we could ever conceive of, and so I'm just honored and humbled to be out there fluffing for him, making sure that Rachel Levine stays at attention. So we'll see. We'll see if they trot out their surrogates today to try to aid with the damage control. Randy in Sandwich.
So, Dan, let's play that hypothetical out, and they do trot out a person. Are there any kind of election rules or anything that would have to be followed that all of a sudden you have this person, whoever it is, come in at the 11th hour, and now the American people have to decide between this or that with little or no going through any kind of debates or anything? I mean, is there rules behind that, or is that's what would happen?
Well, I mean, it depends on the timing. Thanks for the call, Randy, right? I mean, these elections are state-administered matters. So you've got filing deadlines that have passed. Obviously, we've already had some elections, a few. You've got filing deadlines that have passed in many others. I mean, Super Tuesday is March 5th. So how somebody enters the race now and qualifies for enough states and wins enough states to get the number of delegates to replace him as the nominee that way, I don't see it. So he has to hang on if there was going to be a willful stepping down, if he was going to willingly step down, because that's the only way it's happening, and I still don't see it. I still don't believe it's going to happen, barring a health event, and I'm not talking about last night. I'm talking about an actual health event, not just the continued deterioration. You would have him at some point say, I can't run again for medical reasons, and I don't if that's at the convention, if that's prior to, if that's afterwards, and then the party poobahs would appoint a replacement.
The party poobahs, I think those are the ones that are going to ultimately make the call.
I think it would be.
They're going to make a decision.
I think it would be I mean, this may be the way that you get around it. Playing this threat out is if you can, if it came to this. He limps to the convention, and then it's a floor fight for the nomination. So that way you don't have a back room saying, oh, these party poobahs just took out Kamala Harris and put in Governor Patrick Bateman or somebody else, and you have that sort of division. You make it a floor fight, and whoever wins the floor fight at the convention wins it fair and square, and that's who the nominee is. I could see that as a scenario by which they could potentially try and salvage something if he is unable to make it to November. Frank in Arlington Heights, quickly, please.
Hey, good morning. Woodrow Wilson, 1919, had a stroke doing the League of Nations treaty. So, I mean, there's a precedent where we had a president like this who wasn't really fully mentally capable at the time. And Edith Wilson, his second wife, really kind of ran the White House. The Democrats didn't run him. They ran James Cox and FDR as the vice president. They lost big. Warren Harding actually took Tennessee, one of the southern states. So there's some hope for the Republicans here. But that's just another historical example. Just wanted to share.
Thanks for the call, Frank, not to mention what we know about Eleanor Roosevelt during the FDR years. But anyway, all right, top of 6 o'clock hour, Tucker's interview with Putin. Now we check the headlines with Mike Scott.
Democrat candidates for state's attorney discuss public safety in a debate. WIND, Chicago News Time, 6 o'clock.
He says he's the most qualified person to be president of the United States. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News.
I'm well-meaning, and I'm an elderly man, and I know what the hell I'm doing. I've been president. I put this country back on its feet.
President Biden reacting to the report from Special Counsel Robert Hur in the classified documents case that questioned the president's mental fitness, while also finding President Biden did willfully retain documents from his time as vice president.
They were found in a badly damaged box in the president's Delaware garage, surrounded by household items. Nevertheless, Hur did not bring criminal charges against the president because he would, quote, likely present himself to a jury as a sympathetic, well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory.
Fox's Madeline DeFerre. President Biden insists he did not break the law.
The special counsel acknowledged I cooperated completely. I did not throw up any roadblocks. I sought no delays.
Which the president says the report detailed is different from the Trump classified documents case that did lead to an indictment against the former president and obstruction of justice charges. But former President Trump insists the Biden case is worse, demanding the charges be dropped against him immediately, calling it selective prosecution and election interference. Now, the former president easily won the Nevada Republican caucuses, saying last night in Las Vegas,
If we win this state, we easily win
the election in November. We have to win the election.
Nikki Haley was not considered in those caucuses. She did not pay to take part, calling it rigged. Haley lost to a none-of-the-above option in a Tuesday Nevada primary that didn't count and didn't include Trump on the ballot. Back to President Biden. He also last night was critical of Israel.
The president says the conduct in Gaza has been over the top, and he is working nonstop for a humanitarian pause in fighting. The latest ceasefire and hostage release proposal from Hamas was rejected by Israel.
That's Fox's Jared Halbern. There's a manhunt in Tennessee for the gunman who shot and killed a sheriff's deputy last night at a traffic stop in Blount County. Another deputy was wounded. America's listening to Fox News.
42 degrees. Skies are clear for the moment. 6:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Hospital officials at Lurie Children's are blaming a known criminal threat actor for causing a network outage at the Chicago healthcare facility.
And our top priority remains providing safe, quality care to patients and the communities we serve.
Last week, the building took systems offline, including phone, email, and electronic medical records due to a cyber attack. Dr. Marcelo Melacuti.
We can now confirm that our network was accessed by a known criminal threat actor. We take this matter very seriously and have been working closely around the clock with outside and internal experts and in collaboration with law enforcement, including the FBI.
Officials did not provide any specifics on who the criminal threat actor could be, and they're working again with the FBI. City of Chicago collecting feedback about the use of the controversial but highly successful ShotSpotter technology in the city. Community Commission for Public Safety held a meeting last night where they heard from residents both against and for the gunshot detection technology. Maria Pike wants the tech in every police district.
A friend of mine whose brother was killed in a district that does not have ShotSpotter. And he died for lack of attention because, he was shot and nobody called the police. So I believe that the technology is very efficient.
The meeting comes as a contract with ShotSpotter is set to expire next week. While running for mayor, Brandon Johnson spoke out against that contract. Bulls over the Grizzlies, 118-110 at the FedEx Forum last night. Blackhawks go up against the Rangers tonight. 2024 Pro Football Hall of Fame class announced. The 7-member class headlined by former Bears Devin Hester, Steve McMichael, and Julius Peppers. College hoops last night on the women's side. Illinois a winner over Northwestern. The news, a service of In Grace with Jim Scudder Jr., now heard on Sunday morning at 6:30 on AM 560. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
The Sean Thompson Show.
The Joe Biden administration is truly the administration for the rats, the thieves, the cartel members, the gangbangers. They're having the time of their life, and they're making more money than ever before. When a politician, salesman, or a gypsy of any kind tells you, I'll be honest with you, that's when you know they're lying. When one of these Ukrainian overlords in a $6,000 suit tells you we don't steal the money, it's pretty much a confession of him stealing the money.
The Sean Thompson Show, weekday afternoons at 4 on AM 560. The Answer.
Hey, business owners, are you wondering how to grow your business? Do you need cash flow and a ready source for financing? Well, Signature Bank can help. Hi, Mike Gallagher here to let you know that Signature Bank's loan decisions are made locally by a team who knows your name, cares about your business, and is invested in your success. When you need advice about your business or even have a question, Signature Bank is there to help. There are no handoffs or call centers. This is a team that wants to get to know you and your business. That's why Signature Bank in Chicago is my bank. That's right. I'm a customer. When I call, someone picks up the phone on the other end. And with Signature Bank, I can securely bank anywhere, anytime. Reach out to my friends at Signature Bank. Call 773-467-5630. That's 773-467-5630. Or visit them online at signaturebank.bank. Signaturebank.bank. Your business could be Signature Bank's next success story. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
At Consumer Cellular, you get the same exact coverage as the largest carriers, but for up to half the cost. Same thing, up to half the cost. Up to half the cost for the same thing. 50% the money for 100% the same thing. I hope I'm making myself clear. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Half the cost savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single-line 5GB data plan with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single-line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plan offered by T-Mobile and Verizon May 2023.
Go with your gut. Your dog's immune system is based in the gut. A diet lacking in nutrients can cause itching, scratching, and a weak immune system. However, there is a solution. DINOVITE. Dinovite.
It took a grand total of 2 weeks. The dog stopped itching, the hair stopped falling out.
Try Dinovite for free. Just pay shipping and handling. Learn more at dinovite.com/radio.
Happier, healthier with every bite. Over 1 million pets helped with Dinovite.
Support our police and hire the police to personally protect you. You've watched the news. Rising crime has been affecting our everyday lives in Illinois more and more these days. Blue Star Security can protect you, your business, or your place of worship. Blue Star Security is the only security company in Chicago with over 900 off-duty police officers, all W-2 employees.
I'm Anthony Varchetto, president of Blue Star Security and a 20-year law enforcement veteran. The Blue Star team is made up of over 900 state-certified active and retired law enforcement professionals. We serve businesses and private organizations with supply chain and special event security, and also protect our loved ones at places of worship and schools all across the Chicagoland area. Blue Star Security's technology allows mobilization of off-duty officers quickly and efficiently. Our primary mission is to provide unparalleled protective services for each assignment with integrity, while maintaining our commitment to community service in the Chicagoland area.
Visit online to schedule a free security consultation at BlueStarSecurityLLC.com. That's BlueStarSecurityLLC.com.
6:08, Team Hochberg Traffic Center time. Addison this morning, an accident reported South Westwood Avenue and Factory Road. Delays this morning on the Reagan I-88. It's on the westbound side. The on-ramp from northbound Route 59 is shut down right now as they remove a disabled vehicle. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast. Let's get the latest in our QC Kinetics Weather Center with Steve Williams.
Today, times of clouds and sun, a breezy day. Our high today, 57. Mostly cloudy tonight, low 32. And then partly sunny, breezy again tomorrow, the high 42. Intervals of clouds and sun on Sunday, the high 40. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
42 at O'Hare, partly cloudy skies. Your next news update is at 6:30. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan, and in for Amy J is Charles Thomas, former ABC7 political reporter.
Good morning.
Morning, sir. And before we get to the Tucker-Putin sit-down, one other theory that's bouncing around I've seen on Biden after his Captain Queeg performance last night is an article of impeachment. Move impeachment against him right now and put him on trial in the Senate. For what? For not being mentally fit to do the job? Here's Article 2, Section 4, the impeachment clause. The President, Vice President, all civil officers of the United States shall be removed from office on impeachment for and conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. Now, I'm not saying that Biden isn't eligible for impeachment. I think he is. Biden Incorporated, the border. I don't see mental and fitness listed. Do you?
Isn't this something that perhaps could be considered under the 25th Amendment?
Well, yes, you could make a 25th Amendment argument. Yes, you could. But the problem with that is you're going to have, and I assume this is going to happen today or very soon. If I was doing damage control, that I'd be doing. Joe Biden gets a clean bill of health from the White House doctors. Right here, I have this letter from my doctor. He says, hey, like any 80-year-old, he's got some. Sometimes he's a little slow on the recall, but he's of sound mind and body, and certainly able to fulfill his functions as the United States' chief executive officer.
Yeah,
that's what you're going to get. You're going to get that.
Yeah,
you know you're going to get that.
Among 330, 340 million people, this is the guy.
Yeah,
the big guy.
But I mean, you're going to. But so then you have what? So you're going to have. You're going to try to compel him to be examined by other doctors. You're going to have some sort of proceeding under the 25th Amendment to try to out-expert his experts. No. I mean, I guess it puts the spotlight on his mental unfitness, but to me, you're already selling past the close. By the way, are you really that interested in removing him from office this way? Or would you rather see him make it to November?
Well, I think a lot of people would rather see him make it to November.
Yeah.
Just the way he is right now.
Right.
No border bill, just the status quo. In November, run on your record, Joe.
Yeah, right. And get out there on the trail and do that CNN town hall and sign up for those debates, right?
Mm-hmm.
So so let's think through this a little bit. Let's not rush to the gallows here. All right, let's move to Tucker and Putin. Just a general assessment for those who were able to consume the 2+ hour interview that was released last night. Did Tucker live down to the expectations of his detractors as offering a fawning interview, just being a platform enabler for Putin to propagate his agitprop? Or was it, pretty expansive, pretty substantive? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 64636DA, turnkey.pro text line. Here was a moment, for example, that I think it will make it very difficult for those Tucker is a Kremlin stooge, those who argue that, to convince anybody who's not already in the tank. This is Tucker Carlson pushing the Russian dictator on Evan Gershkovich, the Wall Street Journal reporter who is held in custody by Putin. I mean, he's in prison for blah, blah, blah. He's a hostage. And Tucker Carlson characterizes him as such.
I just got to ask you one last question, and that's about Evan Gershkovich, who's the Wall Street Journal reporter. He's 32. And he's been in prison for almost a year. And I just want to ask you directly, if as a sign of your decency, you would be willing to release him to us and we'll bring him back to the United States.
We have done so many gestures of goodwill out of decency that I think we have run out of them. We have never seen anyone reciprocate to us in a similar manner. However, in theory, we can say that we do not rule out that we can do that if our partners take reciprocal steps.
What makes this different is the guy's obviously not a spy, he's a kid. And maybe he was breaking your law in some way, but he's not a super spy, and everybody knows that, and he's being held hostage in exchange, which is true. With respect, it's true, and everyone knows it's true. So maybe he's in a different category. Maybe it's not fair to ask for, somebody else in exchange for letting him out. Maybe it degrades Russia to do that.
He was receiving classified, confidential information, and he did it covertly.
I mean, this is a 32-year-old newspaper reporter.
He committed something different. He's not just a journalist. I reiterate, he's a journalist who was secretly getting confidential information. I do not rule out that the person you refer to, Mr. Gershkovich, may return to his motherland. By the end of the day, it does not make any sense to keep him in prison in Russia.
I hope you let him out.
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 64636DA, turnkey.pro text line. It would have been fun to follow up and ask why he decided to relent on Brittany Griner and release Brittany Griner back to the United States before her, trumped up as it was, prison term was up, while he continues to extend Gershkovich's captivity. But, I mean, is that somebody who's in service of Putin? Asking that question, putting him on the spot like that?
I mean, I thought that I watched the whole thing, and a lot of the information, quite frankly, I'd already heard
Yeah.
from sources other than directly from Putin, because I do not depend on American mainstream media for my information. I'm searching all over the web, and what the narrative that Putin offered, particularly regarding the war in Ukraine, is a narrative that's heard around the world. We aren't hearing it here because we have a corrupt media that pretty much does nothing but Beltway propaganda. Speaking of the major networks and major cable companies, corporate media. But he didn't say anything that was particularly groundbreaking for those of us who read other news sources other than corporate media in the United States, particularly on the origin of the war in Ukraine. It was not an unprovoked invasion, as Putin he gave us history lessons on how people in that part of Eastern Europe have been going at it for over 1,000 years.
Well, right. The conversation started in the 9th century, and by the end of the first hour we were to present day, but it took some time. I mean, it was definitely Putin's version of history. Some of it accurate, some of the recent history, like over the last 24 years of his dictatorship, a little less accurate, I would argue. But yeah, that's exactly what happened. That's exactly what happened. And Putin's rationale for the invasion is something that we have heard before. We've heard it from him in speeches he gave before and after the invasion. We've also heard it from University of Chicago professor John Mearsheimer. And this isn't make this distinction clear, because I know there are children listening who are never Trumpers and have the Ukraine flag on their social media, and so anything that is in any way layered or textured is beyond their capacity to contemplate. Because if you're not just writing blank checks to Zelensky and applauding everything he does and ignoring all of the anti-small d democratic measures he's taken, and also imprisoning journalists and suspending the press and suspending elections, and I could go on.
Closing churches.
Yeah, closing churches. So if you're one of those people that can't hear any of that, then you won't appreciate this. But when John Mearsheimer explains why Putin invaded, for example, the mistakes that the West made, he's giving you an insight into how Russia and Putin thinks about these things. You don't have to agree with their perspective or the actions they take, but you have to. But it would be judicious to understand their perspective, because if you understand how somebody's thinking, then you can anticipate what they might do in reaction to what you do. That's why it's important to understand it. That's why it's important to listen to him. You don't think anything at face value. You understand he's posturing, that he's playing his own angles to his own ends. But there are still things that you glean that are useful in understanding how he thinks and how Russians think. There was a moment relatively early in the conversation, for example, where Putin provided some insight into what Russian leadership thought would happen after the Soviet Union collapsed. And this is kind of important. And frankly, from knowing a lot of Russians, they're immigrants here, this is how a lot of them think, and they tell me the same thing. This is how a lot of Russian people think. What the excesses of Putin and the things that he does, and they don't agree with. But in terms of what he's saying about where the Russian mindset was post-Soviet Union collapse, is not inaccurate. Take a listen.
The former Russian leadership assumed that the Soviet Union had ceased to exist, and therefore there were no longer any ideological dividing lines. Russia even agreed voluntarily and proactively to the collapse of the Soviet Union, and believed that this would be understood by the so-called civilized West as an invitation for cooperation and association. That is what Russia was expecting, both from the United States and the so-called collective West as a whole.
And the key here is, even if that is a stylized version, or that is not a well-founded expectation, or that's not even really an accurate description of what Russian leadership thought, but it's what they wanted after they imploded the Soviet Union, as opposed to this, they sort of, they agreed to let the Soviet, it's a very sanitized version of Russian leadership. But what do you expect from Putin? But that's not the point. The point is to understand what people bought, what the mindset was. So that's what you're dealing with. Whether that mindset is well founded or not, it's what you're dealing with.
And why should we listen to what Vladimir Putin has to say, propaganda or not? He leads a country that has more nuclear warheads than any other country on the planet. We need to know what this guy is thinking, right or wrong. He's
right.
An important player on the world stage. And thank God there are journalists like Tucker Carlson who will sit in front of him and secure the interview with him and hear what he has to say. We need to do that.
Right. I mean, and put questions to him, so at least he's on the record. We have something to point to. We not that you take him at his word, or you're completely. You don't have to be completely convinced that this is his actual position, but this is what he said about the revanchist arguments that are made by proponents of Ukraine to say, well, if we let Ukraine fall, then the dominoes start. Then he's into the Baltics, he's into Poland, he's into Hungary, and this is that exchange.
Because we have no interest in Poland, Latvia, or anywhere else. Why would we do that? We simply don't have any interest. It's just threat-mongering.
Well, the argument, I know you know this, is that, well, he invaded Ukraine, he has territorial aims across the continent, and you're saying unequivocally you don't.
It is absolutely out of the question. You just don't have to be any kind of analyst. It goes against common sense to get involved in some kind of a global war.
Joanna in Central Illinois, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
I just wanted to say how eye-opening Tucker's interview with Putin was last night. Like you said, Putin gave a stylized rendition of history or whatever, but at least he was able to speak coherently, clearly. And our leader, Biden, he can't for 5 minutes.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Joanna. Appreciate it. Something else, too, just one more bite. We'll get to more of this a bit later in the show. But once you got off Ukraine and onto other topics, the Gershkovich hostage situation, I'm glad Tucker asked it. I said yesterday on the show, I hope he does, and he did. How about this? There's been a lot of discussion, certainly online, about the move of the BRICS to establish a new reserve currency. They don't like the dollar as the world's reserve currency, and if the dollar stopped being the world's reserve currency, that would be bad news for America. I don't think that the threat is as imminent as some do, but there's definitely discontent out there among these nations, Russia being one of them. So Tucker asked Putin about it.
The U.S. dollar, which has kind of united the world in a lot of ways, maybe not to your advantage, but certainly to ours. Is that going away as the reserve currency, the universally accepted currency? How have sanctions, do you think, changed the dollar's place in the world?
To use the dollar as a tool of foreign policy struggle is one of the biggest strategic mistakes made by the U.S. political leadership. The dollar is the cornerstone of the United States power, but they won't stop printing. What does the debt of $33 trillion tell us about? As soon as the political leadership decided to use the US dollar as a tool of political struggle, a blow was dealt to this American power. I would not like to use any strong language, but it is a stupid thing to do and a grave mistake. Look at what is going on in the world. Even the United States allies are now downsizing their dollar reserves. Seeing this, everyone starts looking for ways to protect themselves. But the fact that the United States applies restrictive measures to certain countries, such as placing restrictions on transactions, freezing assets, etc., causes grave concern and sends a signal to the whole world. Do you even realize what is going on or not? Does anyone in the United States realize this? What are you doing? You are cutting yourself off. All experts say this. Ask any intelligent and thinking person in the United States what the dollar means for the U.S. You're killing it with your own hands.
Well, we are killing it with our own hands, but not in the way he thinks, not by applying sanctions to dictatorial regimes that are enemies of America, like his, like Iran, like China. That's not how we're killing it. We're killing it by devaluing it.
Well, he's saying that's how you are devaluing it, and
no, we're devaluing it through the mystics at the Fed with their with their printing press and their asset bought purchases, the quantitative easing over the last decade, and their other manipulations, and profligate fiscal policy that puts $34 trillion of debt on the backs of Americans and another $120 trillion in unfunded liabilities. That's how we're devaluing it.
A question I wanted Tucker to ask that he did not ask: what would the Russian reaction be if we confiscated $300 billion in Russian money that is invested in this country and turned it over to Ukraine to continue buying weapons in what I believe is the largest money laundering scheme in the history of the world, which is sending money to Ukraine so that they can buy weapons from American weapons manufacturers. So the money basically is staying here. But at any rate, I mean, what would he do? What would the reaction be?
I wanted him to ask after the Gershkovich question if he could also take the member of Pussy Riot that's imprisoned by Biden. That's imprisoned by Putin back home with him as well. I don't want to forget about Pussy Riot.
Pussy Riot.
Yeah. Jay in Yorkville, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah. I just want to remind our listeners that what Tucker Carlson did with Putin is what Donald Trump masterfully did with many world leaders, with Xi, with Kim Jong-un, with Putin, with even the leader of the Taliban. He met with these people one-on-one, and he got into their head, understood their perspective, and was able to deal with them. And we don't get that with the current president.
Thanks for the call, Jay. Dan and Charles Thomas in for Amy, Chicago's Morning Answer.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer.
Your show keeps me alive during the week. There's nobody I'd rather listen to between 5 and 9 in the morning than you guys.
On AM 560, The Answer.
This is Carol Platt-Liebau for townhall.com. The illegal immigration crisis isn't just what's happening at the border. Many who come here illegally are simply in search of a better life, but others are criminals. And too many of our leaders, who are supposed to uphold our laws and protect our people, aren't doing either. 2 votes in Congress last week made that painful reality clear. 155 Democrats opposed a bill that would have made Social Security fraud or other identification document fraud a deportable offense for illegal immigrants. And 150 Democrats voted against deporting illegal immigrants who drive drunk. This is unacceptable. Not only are these Democrats condoning the violation of our immigration laws, they're lawlessly siding with illegal immigrant criminals over the fellow citizens they've sworn to serve and protect. And they're violating their oaths of office. Let's hope Americans remember on Election Day. I'm Carol Platt-Liebau.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies supplements, changing the world one life at a time.
I've just been doing great, and I just feel like it's a definite advantage to take them. Let me just say one other thing. I mentioned to my doctor that I was taking Balance of Nature, and they said they were very positive about that. And they said that was really good. That's a good product, and so I've been very pleased.
Step into the new year with a new you. Start your journey to better health by calling 1-800-246-8751 or by going to balanceofnature.com and signing up as a new preferred customer to get 35% off your first order, plus a free fiber and spice supplement with free shipping and our money-back guarantee. Hurry, this is your last chance to take advantage of this offer. Go to balanceofnature.com or call 1-800-246-8751 and get this exclusive holiday offer by using discount code CHICAGO.
The following is a paid political announcement.
I'm Dr. Kent Mercado, and I'm running for Congress in the 11th District. I'm a physician, attorney, humanitarian, father, and husband. And I have had the privilege of speaking with several thousand residents, and I've heard your concerns. And they are kitchen table issues: the economy, education, safety, and secure borders, access to quality and affordable physical and mental health care. I'm here to be your voice. Please vote for Dr. Kent Mercado for Congress on March 19th in the Republican primary.
This message was paid for and approved by Dr. Kent Mercado for Congress.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, coming up at 6:36, man, it was a busy day yesterday. That special report on the big guy and his handling of classified information, and then that press conference, and then we had the Tucker Putin interview, and then we had oral arguments before the High Court on the Colorado ballot access case for one former president. We'll get a analysis of the arguments that were made and the questions that were asked and where the court seems to be heading on the Colorado ballot access case with Cornell Law Professor William Jacobson, legalinsurrection.com. That's at 6:36. Now we check the headlines with Mike Scott.
Dan, good morning. An hours-long hostage situation just ended moments ago on a Swiss train with the suspect's death. Man took 15 hostages on a train with an axe, holding them for nearly 5 hours. Authorities were able to free the hostages unharmed but fatally wounded that man. President Biden defending his mental fitness after a report by the Justice Department that claimed he's a senior citizen with not a great memory. Republican Congressman Pat Fallon says the report is troubling.
I'm really alarmed because the fate of humanity rests upon the job that the person that holds this office does, and Joe Biden is clearly incapable of it.
Meantime, Biden also addressed the nation Thursday night after a DOJ report tried to clear him of any criminal charges related to his illegal storing of classified documents at his personal residence.
Bottom line is the special counsel in my case decided against moving forward with any charges, and this matter is now closed.
Also yesterday, former President Trump won the Republican caucuses in Nevada. Meantime, a decision is expected soon on the fight to keep former President Trump off Colorado's ballot. Colorado's Secretary of State Jena Griswold believes he still violated the 14th Amendment, but knows the ruling could go either way.
It's uncertain whether the questions the justices are asking indicate where they'll end up going in their decision. So I would caution folks to getting too far out in front.
Supreme Court Chief Justice John Roberts told the attorney for Colorado that his arguments were at war with the history of the 14th Amendment.
Congress has the power to enforce it. So wouldn't that be the last place that you'd look for authorization for the states to enforce, implicitly authorize, to enforce the presidential election process?
Most justices did seem suspicious of the state ruling in December. Ford Motor Company this morning says they're getting rid of the driver assist parallel parking feature on all of its new vehicles. Officials say very few are using it. Hospital officials at Lurie's Children's are blaming a known criminal threat actor for causing a network outage at that healthcare facility.
We can now confirm that our network was accessed by a known criminal threat actor. We take this matter very seriously and have been working closely around the clock with outside and internal experts and in collaboration with law enforcement, including the FBI.
Dr. Marcelo Malacuti of Lurie's. Fire overnight caused extensive damage to an iconic restaurant on Chicago's Near West Side, just blocks from the United Center. Fire broke out around 10 p.m. at the Palace Grill on West Madison Street. Firefighters had to open the roof to battle the flames, pouring water on 80 years of iconic memorabilia from the Blackhawks and Bulls. Owner George Limperis rushed to the scene last night.
When I first got the call, I just assumed it's going to be something small. And my phone just kept blowing up, and I said, immediately got in the car and drove here. When I got here and I saw the damage, I was stunned.
The owner says his employees left at 3 p.m. and somehow, nearly 7 hours later, it caught fire. That cause is under investigation. The girlfriend of a man accused of killing 8 in Joliet last month is pleading not guilty. Kylie Singleton was charged with obstruction of justice as police were searching for her boyfriend, Romeo Nance. Several former Bears headed to the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Mongo McMichael, Devin Hester, and Julius Peppers have been elected to the Hall. Hester reacted last night in Vegas.
It's a great honor to just not only to make the Hall of Fame, but to represent the city of Chicago. The city of Chicago is one of the cities that, when I would say out of 4 years that I played for different teams, was the one city that I can say was really, really, truly a football city.
McMichael played 13 seasons with Chicago, part of the '85 championship defense. Bulls winners over Memphis, 118-110. The Blackhawks back on the ice against the Rangers tonight. 6:37, a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Charlie Kirk doesn't see work from the RNC.
The RNC and the regime, they're lazy and complacent. They don't want to be excellent. They don't want to flourish. They don't want to be great. And that culture is all throughout the RNC. They just are kind of okay with being mediocre. They're not trying to be the best version of themselves. They're not hustling. There's a lot of people that just want to work in politics.
The Charlie Kirk Show. Afternoons at 1, right before Sebastian Gorka at 3 on AM 560. The Answer.
Are you tired of being told to hang in there on the Wall Street roller coaster because the market always comes back? Meanwhile, fees continue to be deducted from your account while your retirement withers away? Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, best-selling author and star in a brand new Hollywood documentary called The Retirement Deception. In the film, you'll see how Wall Street's traditional retirement plans and 401ks have failed Americans. But more importantly, you'll discover the solution to protecting your hard-earned wealth and retiring successfully. You'll see how to grow money potentially double digits, beat inflation with increasing income, and when the next market crash hits, you lose nothing. So if you're over 50 and want a bigger, better, stress-free retirement, call to talk to a specialist and get a free copy of this brand new movie, The Retirement Deception. Call 800-578-3535. This is a $30 value, but when you call today, you get it completely free. Plus, I'll even cover shipping and handling, no credit card required. So don't delay, call right now. 800-578-3535. 800-578-3535. 800-578-3535.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies supplements, changing the world one life at a time.
I've just been doing great, and I just feel like it's a definite advantage to take them. Let me just say one other thing. I mentioned to my doctor that I was taking Balance of Nature, and they said they were very positive about that. And they said that was really good. That's a good product, and so I've been very pleased.
Step into the new year with a new you. Start your journey to better health by calling 1-800-246-8751 or by going to balanceofnature.com and signing up as a new preferred customer to get 35% off your first order, plus a free fiber and spice supplement with free shipping and our money-back guarantee. Hurry, this is your last chance to take advantage of this offer. Go to balanceofnature.com or call 1-800-246-8751 and get this exclusive holiday offer by using discount code CHICAGO.
Imagine what your future looks like. Is the picture a little blurry? Hey, it's Sean Thompson here for Alpha Wealth Group. When we look ahead, we're visualizing where we want to be, and for retirement, that can be hard without a written financial plan. Tom Fortino of Alpha Wealth Group can help you bring your retirement picture into focus. For decades, Tom has been crafting customized financial strategies. His goal is to help you protect your savings, grow your wealth, and create an income strategy you cannot outlive. If you're nearing or already in retirement, it's time to get your plan on paper. So bring your readers and let's take a look at it closely. Call Tom at 630-934-1855 and schedule a complimentary retirement consultation. There is no cost. There is no obligation. This is a chance to get a clearer view of your retirement. The number again is 630-934-1855 or visit alphawealthgroup.com. And listen to the Alpha Wealth Hour Saturday mornings right here on AM 560 The Answer.
Advisory services through Retirement Wealth Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through Alpha Wealth Group, licensed in Illinois.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code RADIO for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's promo code RADIO.
6:41, Team Hochberg Traffic Center time. Just a couple of trouble spots. Dan Ryan Express lanes, they're stop and go inbound between 35th and the Stevenson. Bishop Ford, accident inbound between 115th and Cottage Grove, being taken out of your way. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. In our QC Kinetics Weather Center, sun, breezy, high near 56 today. 42, partly cloudy right now. Next news at 7. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson. If you're looking for the latest news, insight into what it means, and the sharpest opinion, there's only one station in Chicago where you can turn, and it's this one. We're AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan, and in for Amy J this morning, Clarence Thomas. I got the Supreme Court oral arguments on my head. Charles Thomas, that is, former ABC 7 political reporter, not a Supreme Court justice, not yet, at least.
Not yet. I got to go to law school, and
you don't have to go to law school, actually.
Get my first.
The one court you do not need to be a lawyer.
You really?
You do not need to be a lawyer to be a Supreme Court
I
justice.
know that. I didn't tell you.
So
here I am. I never knew that.
Yeah,
you don't have to be a lawyer to be on the Supreme Court.
If Trump wins a second term, I'm going to put Charles Thomas up on the short list.
Nominate me for the court.
Yeah. All right.
I do pretty well. I put it together.
Yeah, I think you do fine than some of the other members of the court. I'll tell you that. Clarence Thomas, the other Thomas, he was on during a questioning yesterday during oral arguments. It was pretty good. It was sort of a 1-2 punch. Clarence Thomas and John Roberts on the Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, that is the basis for the claim of insurrection and the effort to bounce Trump from the ballot. And Jason Murray, the attorney representing the state of Colorado, I mean, he did a pretty good job. He's doing about the best job from the portions of the oral arguments I heard. He did about the best job you can do with a dog of a case that he's got. Mm-hmm. So listen to this exchange on that pertinent section.
States have created under their Article 1 and Article 2 powers to run elections.
But it would seem that particularly after Reconstruction and after the Compromise of 1877 and during the period of Redeemers, that you would have that kind of conflict. There were a plethora of Confederates still around. There were any number of people who would continue to either run for state offices or national offices. So it would seem that would suggest that there would at least be a few examples of national candidates being disqualified, if your reading is correct.
Well, there were certainly national candidates who were disqualified by Congress refusing to seat them.
I understand that, but that's not this case. Did states disqualify them? That's what we're talking about here. I understand Congress would not seat them.
Other than the example I gave, no. But again, Your Honor, that's not surprising because there wouldn't have been – states certainly wouldn't have the authority to remove a sitting
So what's the
federal
purpose
officer.
what was the purpose of Section 3? The states were sending people. The concern was that the former Confederate states would continue being bad actors. And the effort was to prevent them from doing this. And you're saying that, well, this also authorized states to disqualify candidates. So what I'm asking you for, if you are right, what are the examples?
Well, Your Honor, the examples are states excluded many candidates for state office, individuals holding state offices. We have a number of published cases of states considering that.
I understand that. I understand the states controlling state elections and state positions. What we are talking about here are national candidates. I understand. You look at Foner or Foote, Shelby Foote, or McPherson, they all talk about, of course, the conflict after the Civil War. And there were people who felt very strongly about retaliating against the South, the radical Republicans. But they did not think about authorizing the South to disqualify national candidates. And that's the argument you're making. And what I would like to know is, do you have any examples of this?
Many of those historians have filed briefs in our support in this case, making the point that the idea of the 14th Amendment was that both states and the federal government would ensure rights, and that if states failed to do so, the federal government certainly would also step in. But I think the reason why there aren't examples of states doing this is an idiosyncratic one of the fact that elections worked differently back then. States have a background power under Article 2 and the 10th Amendment to run presidential elections. They didn't use that power to police ballot access until about the 1890s. And by the 1890s, everyone had received amnesty and these issues had become moot. So I don't think the history tells us.
Sort of look at Justice Thomas's question sort of from the 30,000-foot level. I mean, the whole point of the 14th Amendment was to restrict state power, right? States shall not abridge privileges of immunity. They won't deprive people of property without due process. They won't deny equal protection. And on the other hand, it augmented federal power under Section 5. Congress has the power to enforce it. So wouldn't that be the last place that you'd look for authorization for the states, including Confederate states, to enforce, implicitly authorized, to enforce the presidential election process? That seems to be a position that is at war with the whole thrust of the 14th Amendment and very ahistorical.
It is. It's both of those things. It's at war with the whole basis and spirit of the 14th Amendment, and it's ahistorical. Nicely summarized, Roberts, and nicely done, Justice Thomas, keeping Murray from getting off of the particulars of this case and trying to sort of reverse engineer the issue the way that he attempted to do. This is so straightforward. Even Elena Kagan is making sense.
No, there has to be some process for determining those questions. And then the question becomes, does anything in the 14th Amendment say that only Congress can create that process? And Section 5 very clearly is not an exclusive provision. It says Congress shall have power.
But maybe put most boldly, I think that the question that you have to confront is why a single state should decide who gets to be president of the United States. In other words, this question of whether a former president is disqualified for insurrection to be president.
Yeah, why a single state should decide that she's it's certainly in the right neighborhood. And then just going back to something we talked about when this case was first taken up and the decision came down by the Colorado State Supreme Court, the precedent this sets, what this would unleash if you were to legitimize this usurpation by the Colorado Supreme Court, Justice Roberts.
But what do you do with what would seem to me to be plain consequences of your position? If Colorado's position is upheld, surely there will be disqualification proceedings on the other side, and some of those will succeed. Some of them will have different standards of proof. Some of them will have different rules about evidence. Maybe the Senate report won't be accepted in others because it's hearsay. Maybe it's beyond a reasonable doubt, whatever. In very quick order, I would expect, although my predictions have never been correct, I would expect that a goodly number of states will say, whoever the Democratic candidate is, you're off the ballot, and others, for the Republican candidate, you're off the ballot, and it'll come down to just a handful of states that are going to decide the presidential election. That's a pretty daunting consequence.
Well, certainly, Your Honor, the fact that there are potential frivolous applications of a constitutional provision isn't a reason.
Well, no, hold on. I mean, you might think they're frivolous, but probably the people who are bringing them may not think they're frivolous. Insurrection is a broad broad term. And if there's some debate about it, I suppose that will go into the decision, and then eventually we would be deciding whether there was an insurrection when one president did something as opposed to when somebody else did something else. And what do we do? Do we wait until near the time of counting the ballots and sort of go through which states are valid and which states aren't?
For more on this, we're pleased to be joined by Professor William Jacobson, clinical professor of law, director of the Securities Law Clinic at Cornell Law School. He's also the founder of LegalInsurrection.com, president of the Legal Insurrection Foundation. Professor Jacobson, thanks for joining us again. Appreciate it.
Thank you for having me on.
I mean, it seems like maybe with the exception of Sotomayor, and maybe under pressure if it is good looking the way of an 8-0 decision against the Colorado Supreme Court's position, that she'll fold in. It looks like this is, it sounds pretty straightforward from the questioning, doesn't it?
Well, it sure does. I mean, we're always hesitant to jump to conclusions based on oral argument, but given this is such a weighty question, everybody saw it coming for weeks now, and nobody took the side of the people who want Trump off the ballot. I mean, I think clearly people are predicting 8-1-9-0. I think if it's 8-1, I think you're right. It probably would be 9-0. They may all have their different reasons, and there's 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 reasons why this should be reversed that came out in oral argument, and they may not all agree on all of them, but I think we're going to probably get 9-0 here because I think Justice Roberts hit it right on the head. It's going to be a free-for-all in this country if they allow Colorado to get away with this.
Right, and that to me is that the practical consequence. I mean, we can go through some of the issues that are more dense, the self-executing argument with respect to 14.3, but just the practical implications that Roberts articulated and have been articulated in the run-up to oral arguments here in the public domain. That is not a tenable situation, and the court definitely doesn't want to be even contemplate the prospect of being put into the position that Justice Roberts described.
That's right, and that's what he sees coming. That he sees that what the Colorado supporters really want here is they want to toss this all to the Supreme Court eventually, and he pointed out how impractical that is. And this is a court that's been under attack a lot. It doesn't want to be in that position. And it's not required to be in that position. And so I don't think they are voluntarily going to take on the role of deciding which states get counted and which don't.
Well, so the good news is that I think they conference today after all arguments, right? So we should hear something from them relatively soon, and we can put this issue to bed and tackle the myriad other issues before us between now and November, yes?
Well, I would think they'd come out with something quickly. I mean, they just have to. I mean, we're in the election season. That doesn't mean necessarily Monday, but they're not going to wait till June on this. They can't wait till June on this. My guess is within a couple of weeks we'll have their decision. They're all probably have their opinions written already, and they're just waiting. We could get 6 or 7 or 8 opinions here, but I think at the end of the day, it's going to probably be 9-0 that Colorado is reversed.
I wanted to get to another matter with you, too, after last night's press conference from President Biden and the aftermath of that now being the renewed question about his competency to continue to serve, some discussion of impeachment on this basis. I don't really see that. Some discussion of a 25th Amendment invocation because of his performance and what's contained in that special prosecutor's report, Robert Hur's report about his memory and, by extension, competency to stand trial. But I mean, that seems relatively implausible, too, when you need the VP and a majority of the executive departments or a majority of Congress to move on the president. I don't think one press conference or one special prosecutor's report gets it done. But I mean, in the aftermath of that, from a legal perspective, what would you be thinking?
Well, I'm not sure there's a legal remedy here for anybody. I think you're absolutely right. I mean, the notion that the 25th Amendment is going to be invoked successfully here, I think, is very slim, unless they're seeing something the others aren't. Now, Kamala Harris I think she'd go along with it if she thought she had the vote, but I don't know that they'll be there. Remember, these are all people appointed by Biden. So I think it's going to have to get a lot worse for him. But it's obviously a huge blow to his campaign. It's huge fodder for, a presumptively Trump campaign. Is it going to matter 6 months from now? I don't know. But it's certainly not the sort of development you want. But I don't see a legal angle here. I think this is a political angle.
Mm-hmm. The special prosecutor's report, was it appropriate for him, since this is supposed to be a legal document that contains a legal analysis, to be talking about how a jury may view a defendant Biden and other such considerations that have very little to do with whether or not he violated the law in terms of handling of classified documents at the time that they were mishandled?
Well, I think, technically speaking, it shouldn't make a difference in terms of whether someone was guilty of the crime at the time it was committed. But, this is what James Comey did with Hillary Clinton. If you remember, I think it was July 5th of 2016. He spent 17 minutes going through why she lied about her server, why she lied about documents. And everybody's like, now he's going to lower the boom. And then he says, but no reasonable prosecutor would bring this in. And he's like, what?
No, but I know, but that's my point. I didn't like it then, and I don't like it now.
I know, but, technically speaking, I don't think it's appropriate. I think the question is, can you prove your case beyond a reasonable doubt? I don't think a prosecutor should bring a case that he can't prove beyond a reasonable doubt, as opposed to essentially jury nullification. They're going to think he's a crazy old man with a bad memory and therefore won't convict him. So, no, I don't think it's appropriate, but it's been done before. And it's been done, but this is politically, damaging. It would have been more damaging if the recommendation was an indictment. So I think Biden was let off the hook, but it's just really frightening that we have somebody who's deemed mentally incompetent to convict, but can still, have his finger on the nuclear code.
Right, yeah. Yeah, he's not fit to stand trial, but he's certainly fit to be the commander-in-chief. Try to make sense of this dynamic. It's a difficult one. But the other thing you point out, though, too, is it's been done before, the power of precedent. And this is why setting bad precedents is so dangerous and should be more considered than it is in our politics.
Yeah, well, look what they've done to Trump, though. The prosecutors have not exercised that discretion. They've done the other way, which is we're going to put him on trial and try to convict him, regardless of what a jury might do.
Right.
They're going to try. And whereas Biden gets the benefit of the doubt, which is, well, maybe there are grounds there to convict him, but we don't think a jury would do it. So definitely that's where the double standard lies, is they've gone out of their way to find a reason to charge and indict Trump. They've gone out of their way to find a reason not to charge and indict Joe Biden, where the conduct is mostly similar, not identical. There's no allegation, if I recall, of obstruction of justice like there is in the Trump case in Florida. But nonetheless, the deliberate and knowing retention of classified information in Biden's case, vice presidency, and in Trump's case, post-presidency, is really, for the most part, the same.
Yeah.
They both thought they were entitled to hold this stuff, and the government says, no, you're not.
And they'll be the most surprised if that precedent they've just set, that double standard you're describing, boomerangs on them, Biden being probably first in line to be hit by that boomerang. We'll see. Professor William Jacobson, clinical professor of law and director of the Securities Law Clinic at Cornell Law School, founder of LegalInsurrection.com and president of the Legal Insurrection Foundation. Professor Jacobson, thank you as always. Appreciate it.
Great. Thanks for having me on.
And Professor Jacobson joined us on the Turnkey.pro answer line. Coming up at 7:07, Tucker Carlson biographer Chadwick Moore. Now we check the headlines with Mike Scott.
Fire damages the historic Palace Grill, and the Bulls finish strong to beat the Grizzlies. WIND Chicago News Time, 7 o'clock.
He insists he knows what the hell he's doing and his memory's fine. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News.
I'm the most qualified person in this country to be president of the United States and finish the job I started.
Reacting to the special counsel's report in the classified documents case that led to no criminal charges, suggesting a jury might be sympathetic to President Biden being an elderly man with a very poor memory, suggesting in interviews he couldn't remember dates when he was vice president or when his son Beau Biden died.
How in the hell dare he raise that? Frankly, when I was asked the question, I thought to myself, wasn't any of their damn business.
And despite the report finding President Biden did willfully retain classified documents from his time as VP, he insists he did not break the law, period.
This report cleared the president of the threat of any charges against him, but it provided considerable material that will be harmful to his re-election bid. The special counsel describing the president as having diminished faculties and a faulty memory, which is really kryptonite for an 81-year-old president seeking a second term, facing big voter concerns about his age.
Fox's Jackie Heinrich at the White House. Former President Trump is demanding the classified documents case against him be dropped immediately, calling it selective prosecution and election interference. He won the Nevada Republican caucuses and caucuses in the U.S. Virgin Islands, saying in Las Vegas,
"This country does not have leadership. It has no idea what's happening. It's lost its way. It's a failing nation. And we're not going to have a failing nation much longer."
There's a search for a killer in Blount County, Tennessee, looking for the man who shot two sheriff's deputies at a traffic stop last night. One died. The other survived and shot back, trying to stop him. Police in New York City also searching for a gunman after this happened in Times Square last night.
He shot at cops not once but twice, and also shot an innocent female one time in the leg.
And as NYPD Chief of Patrol John Schell. America's listening to Fox News.
Mostly clear skies. Sunrise in Chicago at 7:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. There are delays of uncertain duration along the Metra BNSF Railway east and westbound near Lisle. There's a reported death investigation at the Lisle station. Police are on the scene, and there's no timetable right now for restoring service. Hospital officials at Lurie Children's are blaming a known criminal threat actor for causing a network outage at the Chicago healthcare facility.
And our top priority remains quality care to patients and the communities we serve.
Brian Stahulik says last week the building took systems offline, including phone, email, electronic medical records, due to a cyber attack. Fire has caused extensive damage to an iconic restaurant on Chicago's Near West Side, just blocks from the United Center. Fire broke out around 10 last night at the Palace Grill on West Madison. Firefighters had to open up the roof to battle the flames, pouring water on 80 years of iconic memorabilia from the Hawks and Bulls. Owner George Limperis rushed to the scene last night.
When I first got the call, I just assumed it's going to be something small. And I said, immediately got in the car and drove here. When I got here and I saw the damage, I was stunned.
The owner saying his employees left around 3 p.m. Somehow, 7 hours later, the Palace Grill caught fire. Cause is under investigation. A man is charged this morning in the death of a Rockford canine officer last month. Malik Trotter faces numerous charges, including the killing of a police canine and attempted first-degree murder of a police officer. Several former Bears headed to the Pro Football Hall of Fame, including Steve Mongo McMichael, along with Devin Hester and Julius Peppers. Hester reacted last night in Las Vegas.
It's a great honor to just not only to make the Hall of Fame, but to represent the city of Chicago. Is one of the cities that, when I would say out of 4 years that I played for different teams, was the one city that I can say was really, really, truly a football city.
McMichael played 13 seasons for the Bears. Peppers spent 4 of his 17 NFL seasons, with the Bears ranking now 4th in league history in career sacks. The Bulls took down Memphis last night, 118-110, and stood pat at the NBA trade deadline. Blackhawks will try and snap a 5-game losing skid when they host the Rangers at the UC. Sahith Theegala sits on top of the leaderboard after play was suspended in the opening round of the Phoenix Open. 7:05. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Dr. Sebastian Gorka puts it simply.
3 of our servicemen are dead thanks to an Iranian drone strike, and 40 are in hospital. This is the cost, the real cost in terms of human life, of having people who hate America running America. It's really that simple.
America First with Dr. Sebastian Gorka. Afternoons at 3, right before Sean Thompson at 4 on AM 560. The Answer.
Are you looking for fair news coverage out of the nation's capital? Join the Center Square's Editor-in-Chief Dan McCaleb and DC Bureau Chief Casey Harper as they discuss all things coming out of Washington, D.C.
And as you said, I did a fact check on this because I really found it pretty misleading. Gas prices, yes, are down. But if you look at food prices, they increased.
No spin, just the news. Listen to the America in Focus podcast at americastalking.com or wherever you get your podcast.
Grubhub Holdings Incorporated seeks software engineer 2 in Chicago, Illinois to improve diner experience across their Android apps, thereby directly impacting revenue. 100% telecommuting permitted within the U.S. Apply at jobpostingtoday.com, reference 14039. Again, Grubhub Holdings Incorporated seeks software engineer 2 in Chicago, Illinois to improve diner experience across their Android apps, thereby directly impacting revenue. 100% telecommuting permitted within the U.S. Apply at jobpostingtoday.com, reference 14039.
Major phone carriers make you sign contracts with rigid data plans to trap you into a kind of forced phonogamy. Sounds pretty insecure if you ask me. At Consumer Cellular, we believe in a more consensual and healthy form of phonogamy, free of contracts and more flexible to your data needs. This way, you stick around not because we force you to with contracts and fees, but because you love our phone plans. Like ardently love our phone plans. Phonogamously. Consumer Cellular. When Freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Your pet isn't just a pet, they're part of your family. Most of the pet food on the market is cooked at high temperatures, which kills nutrients. A scoop of Dynavite is a 3-in-1 daily supplement, adding back key nutrients to your pup's health. Try Dynavite for free. Just pay shipping and handling. Learn more at dinovite.com/radio. That's dynavite.com/radio.
Happier, healthier with every bite. Over 1 million pets helped with Dynavite.
At Signature Bank, going the distance for business banking customers is what we do every day. We understand that business owners have a strategic mission, a drive to succeed, a plan for growth, and don't have time to wait for a bank to respond. With Signature Bank, you not only have a banking partner that has roots right here in Chicago, but our decisions are made locally too. Signature Bank knows that when you have a question or problem about your business, you want answers. You need someone who will pick up the phone or respond to your text. You need someone who is always there for you. That's Signature Bank. We are a team that wants to get to know you and your business. Want to be Signature Bank's next success story? Give us a call today at 773-467-5630 or visit us online at signaturebank.bank. Member FDIC Equal Housing Lender.
.708. Let's check the roads this morning. Team Hochberg Traffic Center time is a service of your neighborhood Jiffy Lube. Vehicle maintenance experts at Jiffy Lube have always been the best choice for quick, professional oil change service. Best of all, you never need an appointment. To get a discount on your next oil change at one of their many convenient locations, visit ChicagolandJiffyLube.com. Accident on the inbound Kennedy this morning. A left lane is blocked between I-190 on the west end and Harlem Avenue 35 in climbing on the inbound Kennedy. Stop-and-go traffic on the outbound Kennedy between Central and Harlem. Dan Ryan Express lanes all jammed up this morning inbound Pershing to the Stevenson. Stop-and-go traffic on the Tri-State at Roosevelt 8094. Bad accident. Exit ramp is blocked. It's the off-ramp to I-65. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. Now your official Chicagoland weather forecast in the AM 560 Weather Center. Steve Williams.
Sun and clouds today, breezy, and the high today 57. Mostly cloudy tonight with the low 32. Partly sunny, breezy day tomorrow, the high 42. And then clouds and some sun on Sunday, the high Sunday afternoon at 40. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
42 and partly cloudy at O'Hare. Your next news update, 7:30. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan, and in for Amy this morning, Charles Thomas, former ABC 7 political reporter. And Charles, before we get back to Tucker's interview of Putin, I missed it earlier this morning. I just heard on Mike Scott's newscast, fire at the Palace Grill.
Oh, man, I was thinking about the same thing. That's the place just across the street from the
Johnny's Ice House
911 center or whatever.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. And, man, many breakfasts in that place for me.
Totally, me too. George Lamperis and his family are really good people, and that really is a Chicago institution, that Palace Grill on Madison. And so condolences go out to George and his family, and I hope they can get it back up and running soon. By the way, you're going to have to get, they've got all the local celebrities on the wall, like Charles Thomas, former HC7 political reporter. You're going to have to get him a new 8x10 glossy.
Yeah, how did it get so far along to do that kind of damage?
I don't know.
You've got all these excuse the expression, emergency nerds across the street who I would think would call for the fire department at a moment's seconds notice.
Yeah, but it would perhaps happen after hours and nobody noticed it until it was, too far along.
And that place has no windows. That 911 center.
Yeah.
There are very few windows, at least. You can't look across the street and see what's going on. But that's a tragic.
Yeah, that's no good. No good. Hopefully, hopefully they can get it back up and going. By the way, George and Palace Grill, that was one of those restaurants that was accosted by Lightfoot's COVID Stasi during the pandemic. Citations and this and that, like so many other restaurants trying to make a go of it during the shutdown phase of our existence in Chicagoland. Anyway, all right, so well wishes to the Lamperis family and Palace Grill, and I'm sure all of its regular patrons feel the same way.
Yeah, a lot of restaurants, though, are having trouble reopening if something like that would happen because so much, the equation for restaurants has changed so much over these past few years.
Not to mention dealing with an insurance company.
Oh.
That's never an enjoyable experience. I certainly have not had an enjoyable experience dealing with it, my home, after the hurricane. But anyway, I digress. Not about me. It's about Palace Grill. And so well wishes for them. All right, let's get back to Tucker's interview with Putin. Turns out that Tucker is not going to do a reverse Mikhail Baryshnikov and White Knights and defect to Russia. I think he's going to come back and remain an American. That's the good news, despite what you may have heard about Tucker Carlson being a Kremlin stooge. The other thing, too, we didn't even mention this yesterday, but the comedy of that one member of the EU Parliament from Van Damme land in Belgium talking about travel sanctions on Tucker Carlson for interviewing Putin. Banned into the EU, Tucker Carlson. Just out of their minds. And
totally out of their minds.
And what we learned from the 2-hour conversation he had with Putin is a lot of what we already knew, and some updating what we know, like when Tucker pressed him to release Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich, which was a good moment. I'm glad he did, which Tucker point blank came in on whether he has his sights set on more of Eastern Europe if he were able to roll through Ukraine. And again, you're not taking the answers at face value, but all you can do is ask the questions and press the man and see if there's something that he says, the way he says it, the context he provides, that provides some insight to understand more about this dictator who lords over one of America's enemies. It's to increase our understanding so we make better decisions. And this is something that so many in this country who just have a knee-jerk antipathy toward Tucker Carlson or anything on the right don't seem to appreciate.
Anybody seen Boris Johnson, the former PM from Great Britain, who apparently torpedoed a peace deal just about 2 years ago that would have stopped this war before it really started? Putin makes that claim, of course, during the interview, that there was a deal, a negotiated settlement, and that Boris Johnson flies into Kyiv and torpedoes it on behalf of the Biden administration, which led to a war that would eventually cost over 500,000 lives.
Here is that exchange that Charles is referring to.
But do you think at this point, as of February 2024, he has the latitude, the freedom to speak with you or your government directly about putting an end to this, which clearly isn't helping his country
Zelensky
or
he's
the
talking
world?
about.
Can he do that, do you think?
Why not? He considers himself head of state. He won the elections. Although we believe in Russia that the coup d'etat is the primary source of power for everything that happened after 2014. And in this sense, even today, government is flawed. But he considers himself the president, and he is recognized by the United States, all of Europe, and practically the rest of the world in such a capacity. Why not? He can. We negotiated with Ukraine in Istanbul. We agreed. He was aware of this. He even put his preliminary signature on the document I am telling you about. But then he publicly stated to the whole world, we were ready to sign this document, but Mr. Johnson, then the Prime Minister of Great Britain, came and dissuaded us from doing this, saying it was better to fight Russia. And we agreed with this proposal. And the fact that they obeyed the demand or persuasion of Mr. Johnson, the former Prime Minister of Great Britain, seems ridiculous and very sad to me.
See, this is, that was not Nord Stream pipeline blowing up. That was just a sound effect with that Tucker clip. But anyway, this is sort of a consistent theme of Putin's, which is that he is a good faith actor, and it's the West's meddling, and it's the West's failure to keep its promises that that is the reason there is instability that precipitated this invasion. Now, I'm not subscribing to that argument, but that's his argument. That's what he's selling. That's what he's selling to the Russian people. That's what he's selling to anybody who's buying anything that is anti-West. And so, just again, so you understand and can respond on point, which is the point of discourse.
He has signed, initialed documents apparently that he's showing the rest of the world that, hey, we had this settled, we thought, until the British Prime Minister, at the behest of the crowd in Washington, derailed it, torpedoed it, and now so we went to war. I mean, he says he's got the proof.
Well, but this is a guy who also is, he personally wasn't, but his country is a signatory to the Budapest Memorandum in the early 90s between Russia, Ukraine, and the United States, which was Ukraine gives up its nuclear arsenal, the U.S. provides some protection, Russia and all three countries agree to respect the territorial boundaries of the three nations at that time. So Putin clearly is not abiding the Budapest Memorandum. even as he's talking about whatever deal, even as he's talking about violations from his perspective of the Minsk agreement, which I think is very open to debate. Putin gave chapter and verse on that. Very, again, as you would expect, one-sided interpretation, very, very Russian-friendly interpretation of that document as it relates to the action that President Putin took. Dictator Putin, and his whole sort of the first trigger was this coup attempt that deposed Yanukovych, and that's when we took Crimea, and then the 2022 invasion is sort of an extension of all of the broken promises, the trail of broken promises that relate back to what he describes as an illegitimate coup, and then he also talks about sort of what you've heard before from Putin. The NATO expansion that was violative of what Bill Clinton told him back before he left office, and the relationship between eastern Ukraine and the Russian people in the Donbass region. So, I mean, there's a lot there. Of course, there is over 2 hours, but it was a productive conversation generally, I thought. I think there's value to be extracted from it and legitimate debate to have over what Putin said. But the idea that Tucker was going to give some fawning interview and he was in the tank for Putin, or he's trying to buddy up to him, is preposterous. And I think Tucker afforded himself quite well. Chadwick Moore joins us now. He's New York Times bestselling author of Tucker, the biography on Tucker Carlson. He's a contributing editor at Spectator World as well. Chadwick, thanks for joining us again. Appreciate it.
Hey, good morning. Great to be with you.
So, I mean, just give us perspective. I mean, since you know Tucker, pretty well, for anyone, maybe as well as anybody outside of his family, did the biography on him that I just mentioned. The preview he gave, which I thought was quite good, and then his performance against the backdrop of all the people that want him imprisoned for the crime of interviewing a head of state.
Right. So if you recall, he on his show in 2022, I believe it was, on Fox News, he said that they were working on an interview with a world leader, and he learned from a whistleblower in the government that he was being spied on. His private text messages and emails are being read. He never disclosed what that interview was. A lot of us knew it was Putin, and he confirmed that the other day, and that he suggested the government was spying on him once again, that he was ramping up to go to Moscow to interview Putin. The reaction was hilarious, even more hilarious now in hindsight to this interview. As you said, people saying he was a traitor, that he shouldn't be allowed back in the United States. And then you watch the interview, I doubt we're going to hear many people in mainstream media reporting on the interview because,
right.
He was way tougher on Putin than anyone has ever been on Zelensky, that's for sure. And it wasn't in any way fawning. In fact, it was clear that Putin was very annoyed with him many times, especially during Putin's 30-minute history lesson on Russia from the year 800 onward.
Yeah, yeah. I was hoping we could start a little further along than the 9th century, but yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it was interesting, though. And also, I don't know, he certainly pushed back on him. I think it was really interesting to get this take from Putin on how he views the United States and its position in the world from the Eastern perspective. We don't have any idea how the East views us. We're not really, we don't get those opinions. We get American news, obviously. We get European news. But to hear him so frankly speak of why he believes the United States is losing stature in the world, and how he very directly put it that you are not the world's largest economy anymore. It's China. You don't hear that in your own country, but it's true. And he also said one of the reasons why he didn't blame what we hear in this country especially from Republicans or from conservative talking heads, that the fall of this country is due to wokeism and DEI and this and that. He simply said it's the aggressive stance you take, and you refuse to embrace the shifting changes in geopolitics and the global economy. Whether that's true or not, I don't know, but it was very interesting to hear that perspective for one.
I agree with you, and also just the other pieces of this too. Him saying that he has, he believes, or he has proof, but he can't disclose it because nobody in the West believes him, that it was America, the CIA, who blew up the Nord Stream pipeline. We still don't really have an answer to that question. But you've got Putin making these assertions now, and so that's fodder for more discussion, more reflection on what we're doing in this country vis-a-vis Russia, as well as more reflection on what we should be doing vis-a-vis Putin, right?
It is, and Tucker was one of the, very loudly on his cable news show, was the first to say, as far as I'm aware, that it was the U.S. that blew up the Nord Stream pipeline. I mean, that seems obvious to most people. It was a little strange that Putin wouldn't provide evidence, but he did that a lot during the interview, and I think maybe that's just who he is, or maybe it's kind of a Russian thing, for him to sort of be a little sneaky, drop hints, and pull back a bit, say, I'm not going to come any further. But I wonder why Putin wouldn't provide irrefutable evidence that of who blew up the Nord Stream pipeline, because he must know it with his massive surveillance and intelligence operations. And he, in that interview, said, well, why would I even bother? You're not going to report on it anyway.
Yeah, right.
That way. So that was sort of interesting.
Yeah, well, and it undermines us. Well, I mean, he's got this whole act he does, and we've seen this before in interviews where he's like, "Hail, fellow well met." He's, sort of, he's a proponent of peace. He's trying to forge just a nice little middle class lifestyle for this little hamlet he controls in Eastern Europe and Central Asia. This is what we're supposed to believe about him. But of course, it's belied by what we know he does. And so it's just interesting to see the persona that he takes on when he's presenting himself to the West. He obviously knows who his audience is, and this is what he thinks is his best face on behalf of the motherland, right?
Right, and his strong focus on neo-Nazism in Ukraine. Okay, we all know there are like neo-Nazi gangs in Ukraine or groups.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
But the fact that he pushed that so hard, you just knew he was trying to play to a Western audience, because he sees all that shit, everyone in America calling each other neo-Nazis, or at least one side calling another. That wasn't really passing the sniff test so hard for me. I don't know. I'm not an expert on Ukraine, but.
Right. That the rationale, he's very concerned about Ukraine because of the presence of these Nazi agitators, and so it sounded like a speech Merrick Garland could give when he was talking about the denazification of Ukraine. I completely agree. That's a great point. Chadwick Moore, New York Times bestselling author of Tucker, the biography on Tucker Carlson, contributor at Spectator World as well. Chadwick, thanks as always. Appreciate it.
Thanks so much.
And he joined us on the Turnkey.Pro answer line.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper, hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Retirement Outlook.
If your retirement account is mostly stocks or bonds, listen closely. The future of your savings may be more uncertain than ever before. Hi, I'm Paul Stone, CEO of Colonial Metals. The sad truth is, our government continues to eat away at our freedoms and security. In economic times like these, run around the flagpole by lunatics in Washington, I look to the most trusted store of wealth in human history, physical gold and silver that you own. At Colonial Metals, we specialize in helping folks with IRAs and 401ks and other retirement accounts move their savings into physical gold and silver. If you'd like a free gold investment kit, give us a call today at 820-800-8000. My team is standing by, ready to rush a free gold investment kit to you. You may also qualify for $7,500 in free silver and a free safe. Call 820-800-8000 now. That's 820-800-8000.
Colonial Metals is not a financial advisor. Consult with your advisor before investing.
That's 820-800-8000.
You can live out your MasterChef dreams when you find a professional on Angie to tackle your dream kitchen remodel. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
For armed or unarmed security, average isn't good enough.
You deserve more. You need more.
Morrison means more.
Morrison Security. More deterrence and prevention with customized programs that fit your budget. Cost-effective, sensible solutions for all businesses and facilities.
Morrison means more.
More peace of mind, knowing your security guards are well-trained professionals with a track record of getting results and serving exactly your needs. Morrison Security personnel are constantly trained for readiness and are prepared for any given situation that can occur at a job site.
Morrison means more.
More reliability of management for quick and effective solutions at your property. Morrison Security is responsive. They're always available to you.
Morrison means more.
More awareness of any challenges you face with protecting people, property, and assets. For armed and unarmed security, don't settle for substandard or average. Security is too important. Contact them and find out how you can get more. MorrisonSecurity.com. MorrisonSecurity.com.
Morrison means more.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies supplements, changing the world one life at a time.
I've just been doing great, and I just feel like it's a definite advantage to take them. Let me just say one other thing. I mentioned to my doctor that I was taking Balance of Nature, and they said they were very positive about that. And they said that was really good. That's a good product, and so I've been very pleased.
Step into the new year with a new you. Start your journey to better health by calling 1-800-246-8751 or by going to balanceofnature.com and signing up as a new preferred customer to get 35% off your first order, plus a free fiber and spice supplement with free shipping and our money-back guarantee. Hurry, this is your last chance to take advantage of this offer. Go to balanceofnature.com or call 1-800-246-8751 and get this exclusive holiday offer by using discount code CHICAGO.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up at 7:37, we're going to talk to our friend Bob Woodson, president of the Woodson Center, founder of 1776 Unites, Black History Month or Black Lives Matter Month. 7:37, now we check the headlines with Mike Scott.
Dan, thank you. Outside, 42 degrees and sunshine this morning. President Biden defending his mental fitness after a report by the Justice Department that claimed, quote, he's a senior citizen with not a great memory, end quote. Republican Congressman this morning, Pat Fallon, says a recent report is troubling.
I'm really alarmed because the fate of humanity that the person that holds this office does, and Joe Biden is clearly incapable of it.
Biden also addressed the nation Thursday evening after a DOJ report cleared him of any criminal charges related to his illegal storing of classified documents at his personal residence.
Bottom line is the special counsel in my case decided against moving forward with any charges, and this matter is now closed.
Former President Donald Trump has won the Republican caucuses in Nevada without any major competition. Meantime, a decision expected soon in the fight to keep the former president off Colorado's ballot. Colorado's Secretary of State Jena Griswold.
It's uncertain whether the questions the justices are asking indicate where they'll end up going in their decision. So I would caution folks to getting too far out in front.
However, Supreme Court Chief Justice John Roberts told the attorney for Colorado's voters his arguments are at war with the history of the 14th Amendment.
Congress has the power to enforce it. So wouldn't that be the last place that you'd look for authorization for the states to enforce, implicitly authorize, to enforce the presidential election process?
In other news, we're following a manhunt is underway this morning for a Tennessee man accused of killing a sheriff's deputy in a traffic stop. The Blount County Sheriff's Office says a 42-year-old Kenneth D. Hart allegedly shot and killed Deputy Greg McGowan on Thursday. A body found at a West Suburban Metra station early this morning. It briefly impacted train service. Metra spokeswoman says police were called to the Lisle Metra station around 5 a.m. A body was found on the north side of the depot. Lisle police were told there was a medical event at the station. Metra said trains were stopping at the station again after brief delays. Fire has caused extensive damage to a well-known restaurant on Chicago's near west side. Fire broke out around 10 p.m. at the Palace Grill on West Madison. Owner George Lamperis rushed to the scene.
When I first got the call,
I just assume it's going to be something small. And my phone just kept blowing up, and I said, immediately got in the car and drove here. When I got here and I saw the damage, I was stunned.
The owner saying his employees left at 3 p.m. and somehow, nearly 7 hours later, it caught fire. That cause is under investigation. Bulls over the Grizzlies, 118-110 at the FedEx Forum, and the team stays pat at the NBA trade deadline. Blackhawks and Rangers at the UC tonight. Pro Football Hall of Fame class has been announced, headlined by former Bears Devin Hester, Steve Mongo McMichael, and Julius Peppers. The news, a service of Turnkey.pro. Reduce your costs, find new revenue streams, grow your team, do more in 2024 with the help of Turnkey, managed IT, and marketing and business consulting. Visit Turnkey.pro today. That's Turnkey.pro. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher hopes Biden takes this seriously.
Now, Congress is clashing fiercely over the degree of American involvement in this conflict in the Middle East. Again, it's the Biden regime. It's the Biden era, and we're going to see what Grandpa Joe comes up with. Let's hope he's making decisions when he is fairly lucid, because these are America's sons and daughters we're talking about.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
It's Dr. David Kolbaba. Hey, let me tell you about our age analysis assessment. It takes just a few seconds to scan for those advanced glycated end products that cause premature aging. And then we'll briefly go over your results and give you a few things for you to do to improve. And then we'll retest you in about 60 days. And you'll pay our special low price for your first assessment, and I'll pay for your second one. That's right, your follow-up age analysis assessment is on me. And we're going to compare your biologic age with your chronologic age, and then we're going to help you determine if your biologic age is on par with your chronologic age. But you got to make that call today, not tomorrow, but today. It's our Health Quest radio hotline, 800-794-1855. That's 800-794-1855. Second assessment free if you make that call right now. 800-794-1855. It's Health Quest Radio with me, Dr. David Kolbaba, Saturday mornings at 11.
Are you looking for a way to preserve our founding history and American spirit for generations to come? Look no further than the blueprints of Liberty Brick. Each brick you purchase helps build Liberty Village, a family destination where youth and families will encounter history like never before. You'll feel a sense of pride and belonging when you see your name engraved on a brick in Liberty Village. The Blueprints of Liberty Brick is a way to leave your mark on the future while preserving our nation's rich heritage. Liberty Village will impact hundreds of thousands of visitors, capturing the lives, moments, and stories of the greatest men and women in our nation's founding history. Join us in creating a legacy for generations to come. Visit UnitedWePledge.org today to order your Blueprints of Liberty Brick and learn more about this monumental project.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code RADIO for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's promo code RADIO.
737. Team Hochberg Traffic Center time is a service of Fox Valley Coins. Currently buying all gold and silver bars, coins, silver dollars, rare, date, proof, and mint sets. Visit foxvalleycoins.com. Kennedy inbound 32, O'Hare into the Burns Circle interchange. Stevenson 40 minutes from 355 into DuSable Lakeshore Drive. Dan Ryan 25 minutes, 95th into the Burns Circle interchange. Tri-State, an accident with two left lanes blocked southbound between Town Line and Half Day Roads. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast. Sunshine today, tomorrow, and on Sunday with a high near 56 this afternoon. 42 at O'Hare. Your next news update is at 8. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560 The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson. America First with Sebastian Gorka. Weekday afternoons at 3 on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan, and in for Amy this morning, Charles Thomas, former ABC7 political reporter, radio talk show host. Charles, it seems like we have to be reminded a lot that we have this choice. We cannot go down both paths at the same time. Regarding race in America.
Oh, yeah.
We cannot both serve Dr. Kaylee Hobson and Pastor Corey Brooks. You have to make a choice. Is it going to be the road that Dr. Kaylee Hobson wants to take us down, or the road that, and walk with her, or the road that Pastor Corey Brooks does?
Refresh me on Dr. Kaylee Hobson.
I'm going to. Dr. Kaylee Hobson is a pediatrician in Atlanta. She's got a big social media following because she says things like this.
Hey, white men. Due to systemic and structural racism that black women have had to endure, they only make 64 cents to every dollar that you make. So, as a fitting start to Black History Month, I want to take what you will make today, multiply it by 64%, and then take that difference and give it to some black women today. This shows that you are honoring them, that you are appreciating them, and that you are dedicated to equity. And black women, you know what to do.
You know, I actually saw that clip on Instagram or YouTube or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't file her name away, but she, to me, and represents this notion of black history being a chronicle of victimhood. And that's where a lot of people are. They want to cite all of these instances of victimhood down through the years on up until now, and disregard or ignore the fact that black history, or the history of black people in this hemisphere certainly, and for that matter going back to Africa, is a history of struggle, but of victory.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, my goodness, think about how far we've come, and if we could tell that story, we'd be much better off. And I don't hear enough of that. I hear the negativism focused. I hear Joe Biden say that, you know, your big problem is white supremacy, or I hear people talk about the losses. They talk about all the horrible things that have happened over the hundreds of years in this hemisphere, certainly. But we don't talk about how our families have triumphed through it all.
Well, it's an odd thing, isn't it? It's defining, Dr. Kaylee Hobson, it's defining black people in the negative.
Yeah.
We're not white. We didn't commit these abuses. We were the victims of these abuses. We're not. The thing that you need to know about me is I'm not a white man. Is that the thing I need to know about you? Is that the most important thing? Because, as you say, because I have to define myself in the negative in order to extract concessions from the oppressor.
The biggest promoters of white supremacy are people like that.
Yeah.
Because they're saying, well, you're white and you're better than me. I mean, you're white. Wow, look at the privilege you have. I mean, come on.
Well, the flip side of that, so that's one path. The path we're largely on and have been on for the last 50 years. Another path is being charted by people like you and people like our next guest and people like Corey Brooks, Pastor Corey Brooks, Project Hood on the south side of Chicago. He's in process of building this $35 million community center. He raised the money privately. Had the occasion to interview him on my Counterculture podcast, which you can get at amgreatness.com and all the podcast platforms. And here's what Corey Brooks is doing.
The truth of the matter is, in America right now, and specifically in the city of Chicago, our children are being taught to hate America, to hate American values. and to believe that somehow America is so systemically racist that there is no possible way that young black kids can have a fair chance. And we teach the very opposite.
Yeah, Corey Brooks is focused on teaching black kids, training up black kids, opening the doors of opportunity to black kids, and setting them on their path. And he wants to replicate what he's doing on the South Side in other cities, which is, frankly, the Bob Woodson model to a large extent. And certainly at the grassroots level, that's where Bob Woodson likes it. Bob Woodson is the founder and president of the Woodson Center, founder of 1776 Unites, author of Red, White, and Black, Rescuing American History from Revisionists and Race Hustlers. And he's got a new op-ed in the Wall Street Journal we'll discuss as well. Bob, thanks for being with us. Appreciate it.
Always a pleasure to be here with you, Darren.
So Dr. Kaylee Hobson or Corey Brooks and Charles Thomas and Bob Woodson, that's the choice, isn't it?
It really is. I mean, when I heard her statement, it really is white supremacy, a black version of white supremacy. She posits that the solution to black problems is in the hands of white people. That's white supremacy.
You
denies any agency on the part of blacks, and in our studies, we document the fact that Black Americans was able to build hospitals, railroads, everything. We did it. When whites were at their worst, we were at our best, and that's what we need to be teaching our children.
You write in this op-ed in the Wall Street Journal out today, I was just referencing, I was born in segregated Philly in 1937. When I was growing up, amid ruthless discrimination, the young and the elderly could still walk the streets safely without fear of being attacked. We were denied civil rights that we later fought to be rightfully given to us, but we also enjoyed a relative standard of safety. I mean, the whole point of this piece is that minority, majority neighborhoods and cities were peaceful once upon a time, and they can be again. So how do we get back to where we were, but obviously without the state-sponsored discrimination?
Well, first of all, we have to understand that deprived is not synonymous with being depraved. That you are poor, it doesn't mean that you lack values. And I said when I grew up, all of the stores in my neighborhood were black-owned. No one had grates at their windows. No, I never heard of a robbery in my neighborhood. None of that. And so it is important that children are inspired to change when you give them victories that are possible, not always reminding them of injuries to be avoided. And we give endless examples but it's amazing how the mayor of Boston, in the name of equity, on Martin Luther King's birthday, hosted all black appointees and excluded whites. 4 weeks later, she dumps 102 migrants in a facility in the low-income Roxbury section, and because she has bought the silence of these black leaders with hosting a dinner. But she didn't put them in the neighborhoods where those Harvard professors live.
You're a Christian gentleman. How do you navigate this issue? Because, of course, a lot of what has been invoked by people like Mayor Eric Adams of New York City is essentially the sanctuary city, sanctuary state posture, the being a welcoming city, community, neighborhood. That's being a good Christian. So what's your response to those sort of using biblical verse to defend sanctuary city, to defend policies that essentially prioritize people in this country illegally over the indigenous American population?
It is precisely the values of faith, family, and country that enable blacks to survive. And Mayor Adams is exploiting both the civil rights legacy and also our faith legacy as well to justify these horrendous kind of problems. I mean, the people who are being injured most are the black community. The blacks in these communities are denied services that are going to illegal immigrants. The people in Roxbury have been asking for over a decade to have that community center renovated, and they refused to, but they did to accommodate hundreds of migrants. And so the neighborhood people never were consulted. But all the mayor had to do was entertain some black officials in the name of equity in City Hall, and she bought their silence with that. But the people who are injured are low-income blacks.
So the solution certainly is not going to come from the elected leadership of these cities. We've seen that playing out over the last 60 years. What about so what is the solution? I mean, you write in your piece, again, going back to the Wall Street Journal, about stories about people like Willie Barney in Omaha, Nebraska. I just mentioned Pastor Corey Brooks on the south side of Chicago, who I know you know. I mean, these are the solutionists. These are the Bob Woodson acolytes, the Corey Brookses and the Willie Barneys. This is what we need to replicate and scale.
We really do, but conservatives are not off the hook either, because a lot of them are race grievance merchants too. They profit off of condemning what the left is doing while offering courses on the Constitution. That does not represent a ground game. We need to invest. You write checks to all of these candidates who are running for office by the billions of dollars. You're willing to write checks. Why not write checks to the Corey Brooks, to the Pineywood School that's going to be profiled in an hour-and-a-half documentary at the end of this month? There are institutions and individuals like Corey and others. Their actions embody the principles of the Constitution. And so if and people are motivated to change there, not by just giving them courses on the Constitution, but when they see that these values have the consequence of improving the lives of inner-city young people, that's when we can bring about a coalition between what I call the Pharaohs and Josephs of this country. Wealthy people who are faith-centered, who really care about the future of this nation, they need to invest and join in partnership with the Corey Brooks of this world. But you must invest. The money is there. We're going to spend $100 billion on a political campaign. A fraction of that, if it were invested in the Corey Brooks and others, we could change this nation.
Bob, this is Charles Thomas.
Yes.
What do you say? What is your message to the black Christian community? Because Corey Brooks, quite frankly, is an exception here. I mean, we have black churches who say nothing about how black people have endorsed the general culture in the United States right now, and without regard for its impact, particularly on our children.
Well, first of all, you can't generalize about the black church, because the Woodson Center has about 3,500 grassroots leaders in 39 states. I would say 80% of my black constituents are young pastors in these communities, and they have active ministries, and they really represent the voice of black America. Like 82% of blacks polled are against defund the police. 60% of them don't believe that racial animus is the biggest barrier to flourishing. So a lot of these mainline preachers and these prosperity preachers, they don't represent the black community. And so we must go beyond them and there are thousands of Corey Brooks all over this country, but the qualities that make them effective makes them invisible. You have to be like a Geiger counter and find them. They're not looking for you. And so we at the Woodson Center we are trying to say to the great pharaohs of this country, invest in the Corey Brooks. And Woodson Center is going to bring the Corey Brooks together with 100 other people like him, so that we can give a voice to the people in the communities who are really representative of low-income people.
The qualities that make them effective make them invisible. That's so interesting. That's such a great insight. That's really interesting because they're not the father flaggers, waving placards around about banning guns and standing with the local cardinal and this and that. They're not the media mongers and the glory hounds and the mascots of the Democrat Party. So they're just doing the work to lift up people in their neighborhoods like Corey is doing or Willie Barney is doing in Omaha. And so they're invisible because they're not interesting. They're not provocateurs. They're solutionists.
But let me say this too, and we must be honest, but conservatives, what bothers me about a lot of my conservative colleagues is they are too willing to sacrifice old friends to appease old enemies.
Uh-huh.
When they have an opportunity to reach out and embrace the Cory Brooks of this world, the first thing they do is go to the civil rights leaders and invite them to conferences or make contributions to them and hold them up. This has been my biggest struggle within the conservative movement. But for them they keep sacrificing old friends to appease old enemies.
Yeah. No, I think the criticism of the conservative donor class is, I think it's spot on. I really do. Great insights as always. Bob Woodson, founder and president of the Woodson Center, 1776 Unites as well, author of the book Red, White, and Black, Rescuing American History from Revisionists and Race Hustlers. Bob, thanks as always. Appreciate your time.
And thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Woodford.
Bob Woodson joined us on the Turnkey.Pro answer line.
Connect with Dan and Amy on the AM 560 The Answer mobile app. Just text the word app to 64636 to download the app today.
Does social engineering from leftist corporations make you feel like we're living in the Twilight Zone? Hey, you're not alone. Pure Talk, my wireless company, knows the silent majority is fed up. And I'm calling on Americans to stand with a company that champions your values. Those of you who always have your neighbor's back, who've pulled yourselves up by your bootstraps, who realizes a little bit of elbow grease can fix just about anything, it's time to join the masses who have fled their old wireless company for something better. It's Pure Talk. Pure Talk gives you phenomenal coverage on America's most dependable 5G network for half the price of the other guys. Unlimited plans starting at just $20 a month. The average family saves almost $1,000 a year. And as a veteran-owned company, Pure Talk is a company you can feel proud to do business with. Grab your phone, dial pound 250, and when prompted, say Mike Gallagher to join your fellow Americans and make the switch. Dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Gallagher. Save an additional 50% off your first month with Pure Talk.
Are you tired of being told to hang in there on the Wall Street roller coaster because the market always comes back? Meanwhile, fees continue to be deducted from your account while your retirement withers away? Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, best-selling author and star in a brand new Hollywood documentary called The Retirement Deception. In the film, you'll see how Wall Street's traditional retirement plans and 401ks have failed Americans. But more importantly, you'll discover the solution to protecting your hard-earned wealth and retiring successfully. You'll see how to grow money potentially double digits, beat inflation with increasing income, and when the next market crash hits, you lose nothing. So if you're over 50 and want a bigger, better, stress-free retirement, call to talk to a specialist and get a free copy of this brand new movie, The Retirement Deception. Call 800-578-3535. This is a $30 value, but when you call today, you get it completely free. Plus, I'll even cover shipping and handling, no credit card required. So don't delay, call right now. 800-578-3535. 800-578-3535. 800-578-3535.
This holiday season, did you visit your crawl space to retrieve the Christmas tree and decorations? Are you one who wouldn't venture down there on a bet? Hi, I'm Roy Spencer from Permaseal, and if you're one of the latter, I can't blame you. We've seen some pretty nasty crawl spaces full of mold, mildew, and crawly things. Certainly not a place to store your family treasures. Well, this year, let Permaseal wrap your crawl space up in our Clean Space encapsulation system. Clean Space will transform your dirty, dark crawl space into a bright, clean, valuable storage area where you can confidently store even your most treasured ornaments and mementos. As a bonus, you'll find you'll have warmer floors and cleaner air upstairs. What a wonderful holiday present for the entire family and a great investment in your home. For a free inspection and estimate, call Permaseal, 800-421-SEAL. That's 800-421-7325 or visit permaseal.net.
Best for and better Permaseal.
Are you ready for an adventure of a lifetime? Journey with me, Mike Gallagher, and Dr. Sebastian Gorka on the Patriots Alaska cruise this summer. It's going to be an incredible opportunity to engage with other like-minded patriots on an epic 7-day cruise over 4th of July. Witness the untouched wilderness of Alaska while discussing America's future. Join Dr. Gorka and me, Mike Gallagher, from June 29th through July the 6th. Call 855-565-5519 or reserve online at patriotsalaskacruise.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up at 8:08, we've got a Putin whisperer, an expert on Putin, Rebecca Koffler, strategic military intelligence officer, author of Putin's Playbook, Russia's Secret Plan to Defeat America. She will help us read between the lines of what Putin said during his 2-hour sit-down with Tucker Carlson. That's at 8:08. Now we check the headlines with Mike Scott.
Tough sledding on the outbound Kennedy between Pulaski and Costner right now. Reports of a shooting on the expressway a little earlier this morning. Chicago police and state police are on the scene. We'll get an update on that in traffic in just a moment. WIND Chicago News Time is 8 o'clock.
He says his memory is not gone. It's fine. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. President Biden insists the special counsel's wrong about that, but right about this.
The fact is they made a firm conclusion. I did not break the law, period.
Though the report investigating his handling of classified documents found in his garage and at an office from his time as VP did conclude the president willfully retained records, but Fox's Jared Halpern reports from the White House.
Special Counsel Robert Hur says he is not pursuing criminal charges, in part because of the president's limited recall during interviews, characterizing him as a well-meaning elderly man with a bad memory.
I'm well-meaning, and I'm an elderly man, and I know what the hell I'm doing. I've been president, and I put this country back on its feet.
President Biden grew angry at the special counsel's suggestion he didn't remember the date of his son's death.
I don't need anyone to remind me when he passed away.
Now the president's likely rival in a 2024 rematch is reacting.
Former President Trump says the Justice Department should drop the charges against him in his classified documents case, given Hearst's decision not to charge President Biden. Hearst says there are distinct differences between the two probes, with Trump allegedly refusing to turn in materials and enlisting others to destroy evidence.
Fox's Madeline Rivera, the former president's won 2 more contests, Republican caucuses in the U.S. Virgin Islands and Nevada, saying in Las Vegas last night.
There's never been anything like it in the polls. We're leading everybody. We are right now. Is there any way we can call the election for next Tuesday? That's all I want.
And back to President Biden. He also said last night Israel has gone over the top in Gaza.
There are a lot of innocent people who are starving, a lot of innocent people who are in trouble and dying, and it's got to stop.
Well, Israel has hit another area of Gaza with airstrikes today, going after militants from Hamas and Rafah, which is overcrowded with Palestinians displaced, fleeing fighting in other areas. America's listening to Fox News.
42 degrees at 8:02 on AM 560 The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. A body found at a West Suburban Metra station early this morning. It briefly impacted train service. A Metra spokeswoman says Metra police were called to the Lyle Metra station around 5 a.m. Police were told there was a body on the north side of the depot. Metra saying trains were stopping at the station again after brief delays. Hospital officials at Lurie Children's are blaming a known criminal threat actor for causing a network outage at the healthcare facility.
And our top priority remains providing safe, quality care to patients and the communities we serve.
Brian Stahulik. Last week, the building took systems offline, including phone, email, electronic medical records, all due to a cyber attack. Local law enforcement working with the FBI to try and resolve the issue. Fire has caused extensive damage to an iconic restaurant on Chicago's Near West Side, just blocks from the United Center. Fire broke out around 10 last night at the Palace Grill on West Madison Street. Owner George Lemperis rushed to the scene last night.
When I first got the call, I just assumed it's going to be something small. And my phone just kept blowing up, and I said, immediately got in the car and drove here. When I got here and I saw the damage, I was stunned.
The owner saying his employees left at 3 p.m. and nearly 7 hours later, it somehow caught fire. The cause is under investigation. The Bulls power through the fourth quarter to take down Memphis 118-110 and stand pat at the NBA trade deadline. Blackhawks and Rangers at the UC tonight. College hoops, number 12 Fighting Illini go for their fourth win in a row when they visit Michigan State in East Lansing tomorrow. The news service of the daily podcast of Chicago's Morning Answer and the Sean Thompson Show at 560theanswer.com/podcast. 8:04, time for the AM 560 Business Beat, a service of Signature Bank. Visit signaturebank.bank for all your commercial banking needs. And now, the latest from the Fox Business Network.
I'm Elizabeth McDonald, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Hermes earnings topped forecast last year and had posted record sales. The company's been able to successfully weather the slump that other luxury goods makers are experiencing. Wall Street analysts say Hermes has a wealthier customer base with large amounts of discretionary income. French cosmetics giant L'Oreal reported a higher profit in the recent quarter, though it is reporting a stagnation of the beauty market in China. PepsiCo reported a mixed quarter. Shares are losing ground. Higher prices cut into demand for its snacks and beverages. Kids' clothing chain Children's Place is warning its profit will be disappointing in the current quarter. It's working on new financing to keep operating and may consider alternatives for the company. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Jenny Coselda, invested in you.
AM 560 news time is at 8:05. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager explains why we have a bleak future.
More than ever, teenagers see a bleak future. That's the headline. Now, why might that be? My contention is the left has ruined their lives. The left has ruined this country. It might survive, it might not.
The Dennis Prager Show. Weekdays at 11, right before Charlie Kirk at 1 on AM 560. The Answer.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies supplements, changing the world one life at a time.
I'm always on the road driving, and I take care of people's dogs. I do feel a difference. And I'm always telling everybody about take Balance of Nature, take Balance of Nature. And the fiber and spice is really great. You know, sometimes when you're on the road all the time and you don't eat right and stuff, I take that and it's wonderful. It's very good.
Step into the new year with a new you. Start your journey to better health by calling 1-800-246-8751 or by going to balanceofnature.com and signing up as a new preferred customer to get 35% off your first order, plus a free fiber and spice supplement with free shipping and our money-back guarantee. Hurry, this is your last chance to take advantage of this offer. Go to balanceofnature.com or call 1-800-246-8751 and get this exclusive holiday offer by using discount code CHICAGO.
At Consumer Cellular, you get the same exact coverage as the largest carriers, but for up to half the cost. Same thing, up to half the cost. Up to half the cost for the same thing. 50% the money for 100% the same thing. I hope I'm making myself clear. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Half the cost savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single-line 5GB data plan with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single-line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plan offered by T-Mobile and Verizon May 2023.
Go with your gut. Your dog's immune system is based in the gut. A diet lacking in nutrients can cause itching, scratching, and a weak immune system. However, there is a solution. DINOVITE. Dinovite.
It took a grand total of 2 weeks. The dog stopped itching, the hair stopped falling out.
Try Dinovite for free. Just pay shipping and handling. Learn more at dinovite.com/radio.
Happier, healthier with every bite. Over 1 million pets helped with Dinovite.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
8:09. Let's get a check on the roads in our Team Hochberg Traffic Center. Due to earlier police activity, the outbound Kennedy is jammed up between Fullerton and Costner. Reports of an earlier police-involved incident there still causing some delays. If you're traveling on the inbound Dan Ryan right now, 22 minutes, 95th into the Burns Circle interchange. Tri-State, an accident, 2 left lanes blocked. It's southbound on the Tri-State between Route 176, Rockland Road, to right before Half Day Road. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast. You got sun and breezy conditions for the afternoon with a high of 56. Currently 42. Your next news update, 8:30. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson. This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan, and in for Amy J is Charles Thomas, former ABC7 political reporter and radio talk show host.
Sprinting on the home stretch.
There we go. All right. We have more from Putin's sit-down with Tucker Carlson, including his contention, I'm talking about Putin's, that the invasion of Crimea in 2014, they didn't start that. The subsequent invasion of Ukraine in 2022, they didn't start that. This was all triggered first by a coup that ousted Yanukovych, the prime minister at the time, then the rejection of the Minsk agreements by Ukraine and, by extension, the West, the push the rejection of the Minsk agreements by the West and vis-a-vis the NATO expansion east is essentially the argument that he makes. Here's him making it.
They included lots of elements of those Donbas territories' independence. That's true. However, I was absolutely confident, and I'm saying this to you now. I honestly believe that if we managed to convince the residents of Donbas, and we had to work hard to convince them to return to the Ukrainian statehood, then gradually the wounds would start to heal. When this part of territory reintegrated itself into common social environment, when the pensions and social benefits were paid again, all the pieces would gradually fall into place. No, nobody wanted that. Everybody wanted to resolve the issue by military force only. But we could not let that happen. And the situation got to the point when the Ukrainian side announced, no, we will not do anything. They also started preparing for military action. It was they who started the war in 2014.
So it was Ukraine and its Western sponsors that were the aggressors. That's his story. Now let's get reaction to that story that Putin is telling. Rebecca Koffler is a strategic military intelligence officer. She's also the author of Putin's Playbook, Russia's Secret Plan to Defeat America. She served as a top analyst for Russia warfighting strategy in the Defense Intelligence Agency. And her newsletter for independent thinkers is cuttothenews.com, cuttothenews.com. Rebecca Koffler, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Of course. Thanks for having me, Dan.
So your reaction to the version of events that brought us to this place with Russia's invasion of Ukraine, your reaction to Putin's version of those events?
Well, everyone knows that Putin authorized the invasion of Ukraine, and Russia did that on February 24th, 2022. What Putin meant when he was accusing the West of initiating the invasion is his motivation for doing that. And his motivation is to restore what Russia believes its strategic security perimeter, of which Ukraine is part of. And that strategic security perimeter, since the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991, reduced from 1,000 miles between NATO, which is an adversarial alliance created specifically with the purpose of countering the USSR, it reduced to 100 miles. That is less than between Washington and New York. And no sane military commander would allow this sort of proximity, including if the United States were faced with the possibility of having China or Russia as close as Mexico or Canada. We wouldn't allow that. And that's what Putin means. But he likes to accuse the West of things, and he wants to manipulate everyone's opinions. And that's his style as a former KGB intelligence officer.
Well, right. So, but I mean, in terms of the accuracy that it was a coup, and then it was the failure to abide NATO expansion east. That was a broken promise. In point of fact, he actually told a story about his conversation he allegedly had with Bill Clinton before he was out the door at the turn of the century, and just before the turn of the century, that would there be any possibility for Russia to join NATO? And Bill Clinton said, I don't know, maybe. Then he came back to him later, this is according to Putin, came back to him later, said, no, that's a non-starter. So Putin wanted to be a peacemaker between the EU and America and the East, and he was rebuffed. And then there were broken promises in terms of we won't expand NATO eastward. And then that happened multiple times in terms of the inclusion of new countries. And that takes us all the way to this coup in Ukraine that ousted Yanukovych, and then the failure to abide of Ukraine to abide the Minsk agreement. I mean, so that's his run-up. That's his explanation. Every turn, I tried to be a peacemaker. I tried to have rapprochement with the West, and I was rebuffed or they lied to me. The accuracy of that characterization of world events over the last 20 years.
So Putin is never a peacemaker. It's just simply not his style. He's a former KGB officer who was trained and on the idea that USA was always adversary number one, главный противник in Russian, of USSR and now Russia. And for decades, Russia was preparing for a war that it believes is inevitable. That's the assessment of the Russian General Staff. It's inevitable between the United States and Russia over the control of what Moscow perceives its strategic security perimeter, which is all the former Soviet states. And so everything that Putin says is within that context. Yes, NATO indeed has expanded to include multiple states that were part of USSR's sphere of influence, most importantly the Baltics. But the Russians don't have claims on the Baltics. They would never, attack Lithuania, Latvia, or Estonia. But Putin drew the red line with Ukraine and Georgia. And so yes, the confrontation has been brewing between the two. We were on the collision course
I understand that, but
the past 2 decades. Yeah,
I understand, but he's saying the West is the aggressor and the instigator, and I want you to react to whether or not that is a fair assessment, or if that's just if that's propaganda.
Of course, it's propaganda. Everything that Putin says is propaganda. It doesn't mean that it's not true that NATO has expanded to include those States, right? Everything Putin says is supposed to manipulate the opinion of both his domestic audience and Americans.
Right.
And no, NATO is not an aggressor. NATO never invaded Russia. But what Putin is fearing, and that's kind of, some people call it the Russian paranoia, is a potential fragmentation of Russia. And there's indeed a plan that the United States has for decades to democratize Russia, and that is viewed as a threat. So did the coup take place in Ukraine? Absolutely, yes. Victoria Nuland, the former Assistant Secretary of State under Clinton, acknowledged that we spent $5 billion trying to democratize Ukraine. And that's just a standard playbook of Washington establishment. We try to democratize every nook and cranny of the world, even, Iraq, Afghanistan, the countries in whose histories there's nothing that points to the fact that they could possibly be democracy. And that's a fact.
Then
go ahead.
No, I get what you're saying. Then when Putin says to Tucker Carlson's question, do you have any designs on the Baltics or Poland? Do you have any designs beyond Ukraine? And he sort of gives it a chuckle and the back of the hand. No, of course not. I have no designs beyond this, beyond my interest in Ukraine, which was sort of not quite. He never really got around to answering the question that was posed to him, whether he's satisfied with the Donbass region that he occupies or he wants the entirety of Ukraine. So what's your assessment of the larger question? What's your assessment of his expansionist desires and willingness to pursue those desires? Is it limited at eastern Ukraine? Is it all of Ukraine? Do you think he moves, if he was to conquer Ukraine, to the Baltics, to Poland, to Hungary, to more of Eastern Europe?
Here's my official intelligence assessment. Putin does not have plans, and there's no intelligence to support the analysis that Putin wants to invade the Baltics, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, or any other NATO country, including Poland. Putin is not suicidal. The United States and NATO enjoy an overwhelming conventional superiority over Russia. Okay? It would be foolish for Putin, and he's not a fool, he's a highly intelligent person, he's rational. No, that is not on the table. But when it comes to Ukraine, Georgia, he will not spare anything, any resources, any lives, and as we know, the Russian armed forces are 3 times larger than Ukrainians. Ukrainian, victory is just simply mathematically impossible. Would Putin accept only eastern Ukraine and settle the conflict? In the beginning of the war, my intelligence analysis was that yes, because things did not go well for Putin or as fast as he was hoping to. At this point, my analysis has changed. I don't believe Putin will be satisfied with only eastern Ukraine. Why is that? It's because, again, he's a rational thinker. He has assessed what our capabilities are, and regretfully, the Pentagon has emptied out practically our weapons arsenal, having funneled $200 billion worth of equipment to Ukraine. We're also having trouble recruiting our own armed forces, because of various, reasons. Right. The Pentagon is trying to brainwash with Marxist ideologies our military officers and all of those things. Also, our economy, the sanctions backfired at us. We also have an election season, and also the reason Biden, in the very beginning, stated very clearly that he would never deploy U.S. forces into the theater in Ukraine is because, he boxed himself in, because Russia has developed a highly sophisticated strategy that includes tactical nuclear weapons and cyber weapons, and they hold U.S. homeland at risk. And I've written a lot about it on Fox News website, in New York Post, and I have another piece coming up next week on Russian cyber capabilities. And so, so right now, I think not only Putin wants the entire Ukraine not to absorb it as part of Russia, but what he wants is control over it. He wants regime change.
Client state.
And he also wants to humiliate NATO. He wants Biden and NATO to beg him to settle. Because, again, Russia enjoys an overwhelming military and economic advantage over Ukraine. And while we were bleeding Russia, we are also bleeding ourselves out. And Putin believes that he is in a good position to negotiate now.
Rebecca Koffler, strategic military intelligence officer, author of the book Putin's Playbook, Russia's Secret Plan to Defeat America. She served as a top intelligence analyst for Russian warfighting strategy in the Defense Intelligence Agency, and her newsletter is cuttothenews.com. Rebecca Koffler, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
And she joined us on the Turnkey.Pro answer line.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Imagine what your future looks like. Is the picture a little blurry? Hey, it's Sean Thompson here for Alpha Wealth Group. When we look ahead, we're visualizing where we want to be, and for retirement, that can be hard without a written financial plan. Tom Fortino of Alpha Wealth Group can help you bring your retirement picture into focus. For decades, Tom has been crafting customized financial strategies. His goal is to help you protect your savings, grow your wealth, and create an income strategy you cannot outlive. If you're nearing or already in retirement, it's time to get your plan on paper. So bring your readers and let's take a look at it closely. Call Tom at 630-934-1855 and schedule a complimentary retirement consultation. There is no cost. There is no obligation. This is a chance to get a clearer view of your retirement. The number again is 630-934-1855 or visit alphawealthgroup.com. And listen to the Alpha Wealth Hour Saturday mornings right here on AM 560 The Answer.
Advisory services through Retirement Wealth Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through Alpha Wealth Group, licensed in Illinois.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
I'm Larry Nora, founder and CEO of You Store It, a network of award-winning self-storage facilities in the Chicago area, and a customer of Signature Bank. We've developed over 70 storage centers throughout the city and suburbs, and our business continues to grow. We need a bank who understands the neighborhoods and communities where we are making investments. We found that in Signature Bank. They know this city and its neighborhoods because they are based right here in Chicago. Finding a local banking institution like Signature Bank has been critical to the success of You Store It, and we look forward to a long-term relationship.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. To learn more about turning your business vision into reality, visit signaturebank.bank. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Lots of channels, nothing to watch, especially if you're looking outside of big corporate control. It's time to interrupt your regularly scheduled programs with something worth watching. The new Salem News Channel. Straightforward, unfiltered, in-depth insight and analysis from the greatest collection of conservative minds, all in one place. SNC is home to Dennis Prager, Mike Gallagher, Sebastian Gorka, and more. Watch anytime on any screen. Free 24/7. Find what you're looking for at snc.tv. AM 560, The Answer.
Open mic! Open mic Friday! Call it now! Open mic Friday!
Top of the morning, it's that time of the week. Dan and Charles Thomas in for Amy J. Today, it is Open Mic Friday. 312-642-5600, Turnkey.Pro answer line, 64636DA, Turnkey.Pro text line. Taking your calls with comments, compliments, concerns, criticisms, general crack pottery. We'll take it all.
This
Open
is
mic.
one of my favorite times of the week whenever I'm here.
It's fun, isn't it?
I love this.
It's fun. We get a wide range of thought and opinion on a wide range of issues. And, of course, Open Mic Friday is sponsored by Turnkey.Pro. And so we kick it off with Turnkey.pro founder David Kolsak. David?
Good morning. I'm actually in your neck of the woods right now. I'm at the Strand Golf Course, crashing a John Purdue Club golf outing. So, very cool.
Look at you hanging with the big cats. All right, very good.
Well, I guess and I went to a grocery store last night here, and it's called Seed to Table. Have you been there?
I have. Alfie Oaks is a bit of an institution in Southwest Florida, as is that
Well, and
place.
I will say it's the coolest thing. I mean, it's like a nightclub within a grocery store. I think we need more of those in the Chicago area. I think it would be crazy. But anyway,
he has happened upon a keen insight into the grocery store business, no question.
Hey, what's the weather out
quite amazing
right now?
The weather down here is about 75 and sunny, and it's beautiful. And if you hear like golf clubs and cracking into balls here in the background, it's all on me. But I'm headed back to Chicago where I hear it's 55 and balmy, so that's good.
Yeah, it's a nice day. Supposedly a nice day. I haven't been outside.
Well, anyway, so I wanted to call in this morning and talk. First of all, Nikki Haley lost to nobody in Nevada, and she won't back out. That's interesting to see.
Yeah.
And I really honestly want to talk about the weather a little bit. Did you know that Toronto only had 30 hours of actual sunlight in the month of January? That seems to be a record for me. In fact, I don't remember January in the Chicago area, and I know, Dan, you're in Florida a lot, but it was really cloudy in January, and it's interesting to me that we went through a very similar stretch like Toronto. We had very little sunshine, and it was dreary and depressing, and I know for myself I don't do very well without seeing the sun anyway. And I'm sure other people feel that way. But that brings me to talk about something that I'm sure people see but don't really react to. When I was a kid, I remember seeing clouds in the sky and finding different shapes within them. Remember, there was a Simpsons episode where Bart looked in the sky and he saw an elephant on a skateboard smoking a cigarette. And I thought that was like hilarious, that particular thing. But I remember studying cumulonimbus clouds, stratus clouds, cirrus clouds, and all that stuff that we studied in school. But they never had a name for the kind of clouds that ran in a straight line and came out of airplanes. Usually the contrails of an airplane dissipate in a few minutes. I knew this was going to get you there. Right
God.
Right?
We're gonna do vapor trails. Okay.
No, chemtrails is what they call them.
Yeah, whatever.
And, we never saw Bob Ross paint chemicals in his paintings, but they were always puffy clouds. But recently,
happy little trees.
And New Hampshire actually banned geoengineering, but they didn't admit to banning chemtrails. If you ask Alexa if chemtrails are real, you might find an interesting answer. But no matter what Alexa or the New York Times publication may say, just look in the sky and look for yourself. These crisscross patterns in the sky are not normal. They're not made by God. They're not by Mother Nature. They're made by planes. So I would implore you to look in the sky and recognize what's happening. I have no idea who would authorize anyone to fly a mission and put particles that either dim the sun or whatever Bill Gates suggests, but I have no idea what kind of a person would actually pilot those types of missions and what kind of end game there might be. But just look in the sky on any day, and you'll most likely see some chemtrails, and you can usually, certainly deny that there's something nefarious there, but you can't deny that they're actually there. So anyway, cognitive dissonance happens when people experience mental stress when exposed to information that's inconsistent with their beliefs or ideals. So in this case, if you believe that chemtrails are not real and some conspiracy theory, then seeing themselves for yourself, and if you take note of them, make you feel uneasy. So I'm imagining, Dan, later on today, you're going to be in Naples and you're going to look up and you're going to see some chemtrails.
I've seen them before, but this is the whole point of these sort of open-ended conspiracy theories. Is you have to start filling in the blanks or asking questions and then getting those blanks filled in with something. You can't just say, I see something that is unusual, therefore I know it's a plot to do something nefarious. That doesn't work.
And I don't even know if it's a plot to do something nefarious. I'm just saying it's a plot to do something, and it's kind of just, again, it's skeptical because there's so many things going on, like from Lahaina to Peru with fires and the rain in L.A. and hundreds of fires that I saw on the way into Florida just a couple days ago. I saw hundreds of fires burning, and I don't know if those are controlled fires or whatever, but it just seems strange to me to see literally the whole landscape having all kinds of things. But either way, believe me, don't believe me, call me a crackpot, but chemtrails are not natural, and we should at minimum take note of them. And I want to mention one other thing, and Joe Buck said, there's going to be some story, there's going to be something big that happens because it's Vegas, and it won't stay in Vegas. It's going to be something big. I don't know what it is. I have no idea. I just think we're going to have a mess in my mind. So I don't know what that's all about, but it's a pretty daunting statement, and who knows what Joe Buck's alluding to.
Tell me you're not on the Taylor Swift as a PSYOP bandwagon.
I'm really not. I think she's a Satanist. How about that? I'll go with that.
Well, I don't know what she is, but I know the Jesse Waters reporting and stuff is embarrassing. And
it's a little over the top. But
yes.
I'll be watching the Super Bowl this time with my family and friends. But instead of betting on the number, the points and all that stuff, we're going to be betting on the number of satanic references that'll be made during the halftime performance. Remember Beyonce's halftime show? How about the Weeknd?
How about the Weeknd? Oh, the Weeknd's was crazy. Yeah, Weeknd
all
was wild.
satanic.
I don't know about Usher though. I have higher expectations for Usher. We'll see.
I do too. I hope there are no malfunctions with wardrobes. So
No.
anyway, I certainly
Yes.
hope. I certainly hope it's another just a football game, and it's just another cloud. But
Are you
anyway,
going to miss? Are you going to miss?
Contrails from Jets aren't normal.
Are you going to miss Biden not doing the Super Bowl interview? Did you have action on that? Whether he would or he wouldn't?
You know what? I have a hard time listening to him talk about anything. So
Yes, well.
but I would have actually tuned into that. That would have been interesting to watch.
Yes.
But anyway,
man,
you guys have a great weekend.
The great David. You too. Safe travels back to the Windy City. David Kolsak. Speaking of the Simpsons and Clousa too. I mean, it's perfectly segues to Joe Biden and his performance yesterday. Remember the old man yells at cloud is the head story, and it's grandpa yelling at a cloud. And that was sort of like Joe Biden yesterday yelling at a CNN reporter.
Mr. President, for months when you were asked about your age, you would respond with the words, "Watch me." Many American people have been watching, and they have expressed concerns about your age.
That is your judgment. That is your judgment. That is not the judgment of the press.
They express concerns about your mental acuity. They say that you are too old. Mr. President, in December, you told me that you believe there are many other Democrats who could defeat Donald Trump. So why does it have to be you now? What is your answer
Because
to
I'm
that
the most
question?
qualified person in this country to be president of the United States and finish the job I started.
All right. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro, answer line. Let's go to the phone lines. Ron on the south side.
Hey, Dan and Charles, just enjoyed the show so much. And Charles, I really appreciate you when you were on. Very, very similar in our perspectives as black men, and I'm similar age. I'm retired, but I'm also happy that you're not in the studio because you'd be sitting next to Crypto Dan, and I would have to be
Crypto. Yes, I'm a crypto conservative. That's right. I'm glad you remember that. Yeah, I'm scared. I'm frightening. Yeah.
Right, so I would have to be a little concerned
Look,
about
man, I've been inoculated.
Okay. Okay. But no, guys, I enjoy Dan, every day and stuff, but certainly because Charles brings a different perspective, very similar to mine. Again,
Yes.
and conservatives, and we are both retired, and I just enjoyed you all. You all have a wonderful weekend, and I'll be talking to you next week.
Thanks for the call, Ron. Appreciate that. Karen in Beecher.
Oh, good morning. I just wanted to first of all tell you that you guys are my favorite breakfast combo. You just really bring me into the day, filling me with so much information. But also, too, if I may go back to yesterday when you were talking about the Three Amigos, I would like to suggest that it is the Three Stooges. Now, I don't know a lot about them. My husband's a big fan, but because you have a Moe, you have a Curly, and then you have a Shep. I think that's his name.
Well, you're leaving out Larry, and so that's going to rankle some Stooges scholars.
Me, man.
Yeah, and
Larry guy.
and then what do you do about Joe? And but I don't. That's a really that's a dangerous topic to get into with Stooges purists, Karen. So that's why I steered clear of the Stooges and went with the Three Amigos.
Oh, okay. I get that.
Yeah.
But also, too, I would have liked in the Tucker Carlson interview with Putin, I would have liked for him to go down like a Barbara Wawa aisle and ask Putin, if you were a tree, what kind of tree would you be?
Yeah. How about thanks for the call, Karen. How about a Tabitha Soren moment? Boxers or briefs, Vlad? Wouldn't that have been fun? Make it kitschy like those debate moderators do in presidential debates because we're such a serious country. Rick in Downers Grove.
Hey, good morning, Dan, Charles. Great show as usual. Good morning. And I respect both of you are very intelligent people, but something baffled me yesterday. I was watching Hannity. They had Alan Dershowitz on. He was talking about the report that came out in the Biden interview or news conference, and I got the impression that Alan Dershowitz, as smart as he is, was thinking of voting for Biden until that time, and I'm just baffled by that. Can he see the destruction, corruption, and incompetence of this guy? I mean, how can somebody that smart even contemplate voting for that guy?
I know we had Dershowitz on a couple weeks back now, so this is obviously before the Robert Hur report that was released yesterday. And I mean, he said the same thing to us, and it's he goes chapter and verse on how these are bad actors engaged of all sorts of bad acts, and then he says, but I'm still a Democrat, so as long as he doesn't completely go south on Bibi and eradicating Hamas, I'm sticking with him. Is basically his posture. Right? It's tough. I mean, this conversation, Charles, we have all the time. You were mentioning it the other day. People that are dyed in the wool on the left, and they find Republican. They've bought into all the vilification of Republicans as as hateful, racist, xenophobic, blah, misogynistic, blah 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 monsters, and they don't want you to succeed. And so you don't go there. You don't go from there to where Dan Proft is. You go from where they are on the left to the middle.
You got to go to the middle first.
Right? It's a process.
Yeah, you got to go to the middle first. Get them off that Democrat.
Yeah.
They got to get them off you got to rehab them slowly. Get them into the middle where they can listen to both sides of the issue, and then common sense prevails. And you got this 82-year-old guy with a bad memory, and he's got a guy behind him with the football. Come on, America.
Yeah.
You got to be kidding. You got to be kidding.
Yeah, it's a deprogramming. Think about having to send a van to kidnap your kid who became a Scientologist and is hanging out with Tom Cruise. You got to kidnap them, get them in the van. It's a process. Yeah. Corey in Woodlawn.
Hey, fellas, good, happy Friday. I did want to make a comment about the Corey Brooks. I know Corey Brooks personally. I've talked to him several times. But I don't like in our neighborhood we have so many of these institutions growing. Like Corey Brooks will tell you, in the 3-block radius, there's 3 other community centers growing up. Sunshine Ministry, Jennifer Maddox, and his. And that's in a very small footprint in the neighborhood. We have too many of these institutions. So if you go to GuideStar.org, you type in Woodlawn, over 300-400 registered non-for-profits. But you do realize that the families are getting weaker. Homes are getting more and more dilapidated with the exception of public housing. So we've got a bigger issue in our neighborhood, and I don't think these centers are going to fix it. I think we have to figure out how to fix people and individual families and give them support, because these centers are going to get big, but these individual families are going to continue to get weaker. Thanks, guys.
That's a good point.
I love that.
That's a good point.
You fix the family, particularly in the black community. You start fixing the family, you start fixing everything, crime, economics, all of it, by restoring the family. And I don't hear enough conversation about that. In fact, when you bring it up, that's when people really push back at you. The Democrats, they push back when you start talking about family. That's when you really become a sellout. And I'm telling you that fix the family, you fix the community, you fix the state, you fix the city, you fix the country.
Yeah, I mean, I of course I agree with that, but I think in addition to that, I should say, what Corey is pointing out is something that is a little bit below the fold, but it's really a keen insight, which is, there's this poverty bureaucracy. Right? Poverty is their business. And so the government money flows through these nonprofits. I mean, I'm not targeting anybody in particular, but I mean, you watch what BLM Brandon is doing, right? It's millions more for so-called violence interrupters. And that sounds good. Some may be real, some may be less real. It's the same thing with a lot of these C3s. They see that government will give grants to C3s, that other foundations that are well-heeled will give grants to C3s, particularly in neighborhoods that are blighted or have endemic violence problems. And so you're funding a bureaucracy, but you're not doing anything to grow institutions that are foundational for a particular neighborhood or community. And this is why I actually do like Corey Brooks's approach at Project Hood as compared to some of the others, because there are courses on entrepreneurship. There's other things going on. It's not just giving kids a place to safely play basketball or volleyball or whatever. It is life skills. It is doing for them what CPS is not, but then also the next step of being a business owner or being a professional that maybe ultimately will be a business owner, but be in a position to be self-sustaining and get engaged in their community and so forth. So he is pointing to something in terms of how we think about things. It all sounds good, but you have to look at the details, the concentration, and distinguish the wheat from the chaff with nonprofits, as just like anything else. Tara and Elgin, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, good morning. I moved to Texas because I don't live in Illinois anymore. But I just wanted to tell you that I was watching the Putin or listening to it yesterday, watching it. And, I'm 65. I've been involved since Reagan in politics, just listening and being aware. And by the end of the interview, I was like, that is a well thought out guy. He's serious. He kept talking about the unseriousness of us and what are we, a kindergarten playground? And when I thought about Hillary Clinton and her big reset button and thought, how unserious was that? But anyway, after listening to the interview, stumbled upon Mr. Jones, the movie on whatever it's on, and about the Ukraine famine right before World War II, and how they were saying that there's no famine, everybody's happy, everybody's good, and then you go in there and they're all eating their dead brothers. But spoiler alert. But anyway, the point of the story, and then you go to the chemtrails and you think clearly we have the technology to do that. And if it helps us say that the climate change is real, do you put it past anybody to do it? So I'm not a conspiracy theorist. But I stopped being surprised when Clinton was in office. Okay, that's all I have.
Thanks for the call, Tara. Well, I mean, Putin is definitely a serious guy, and it was interesting to hear from Rebecca Koffler, too, who we spoke with at the top of the hour. This idea that he's, talk about propaganda, all these tabloid reports. He's on his deathbed. There's a palace coup, that he's a madman and so forth. No, he's a bad man. He's a bad man. He's a dictator. He's an autocrat. He's a thug. He's a bad man, but he's not a mad man. He's rational and sober and motivated.
Dan, there's something else we have to think about, and that is, how are these dueling narratives, Putin versus Biden or the Washington establishment, how is it playing around the world? And I think we're discounting that when we really shouldn't. Because what are we, 5%, 4% of the world's population? We've got all these other countries, particularly those that are involved in this BRICS thing now, and which includes China and India, by the way.
Yeah.
And, how is it playing around the world? And how is that going to affect our long-term role?
Well, yeah. How is Biden's performance last night playing around the world?
It's killing us. I'm telling you.
How is that? How is that being received in Moscow, in Beijing, and Tehran?
Yeah.
Ralph and Rantoul.
Yeah. Good morning. I was wanting to hear Tucker ask Putin when he's ripping his shirt off, buttons or snaps. But I thought, no, that's dumb. The better question is, in donkey basketball with his ex-KGB guys, is he shirts or skins? And then I thought that's pretty obvious, too. The question that I really wanted to know is, what is his preferred method of killing dissidents? Like a two-part nerve agent, radiation, or just a Makarov to the back of the head as you step out of your apartment or a hotel room? That was lacking. Fascinating interview, especially the 30-minute digression on the history of Russia.
Mm-hmm.
But on a more serious note, No, let's not go there. We'll save Sirius for next week. I've been kind of busy. I have a suggestion for the Naperville people, because I heard the virtue signaling weenies that spoke at the council meeting. So in order to feed the Biden buddies, which are now going to be around, I'm thinking typically the Biden buddies, they congregate around places like train stations, public. I'm bringing in this week, look for it this weekend, those ice cream cone vending machines so you can put in some migrant munchies. And then your children can help feed these people. You have to remember, though, open palm, keep it flat, all right? So as the Naperville people are entertaining themselves with their migrant pets walking around their virtue signaling town center, they have a safe way to feed them with migrant munchie cones. I was inspired by a trip to the zoo recently, and I thought that's brilliant. We've got to bring this into Naperville.
Yeah, very good, Ralph. Thanks for that. The Biden buddies and the migrant munchies. Yeah. No, it's a wonderful marketing opportunity, and there's nobody better at branding than Ralph from Rantoul. It would have been fun, actually, if Tucker would have taken, before he took a drink of the glass of water that was there on the table for him, if he would have said, there's no dioxin in this, right? You're not, one of those. Yeah, that could have been a moment. Owen in Willowbrook.
Hello, Dan. Hey, I got a question for you. If Trump went around campaigning that he recently met with Khrushchev and Fidel Castro and that he confused names of countries, do you think he could still run for president but get Jack Smith to drop charges?
Right. Thanks for the call, Owen. Right. It was uproarious when SNL picked up on Trump's some sort of confusing Nikki Haley for Nancy Pelosi when he was rattling off about January 6th. But when Joe Biden is calling Francois Mitterrand and Helmut Kohl, who died about 25 years ago, as character witnesses for him, we're not supposed to take any notice of that. By the way, on Nikki Haley, since David Kolsak brought it up as well, she lost to none of the above in Nevada there. Sean Farish, he's this Trump impersonator. He's the best one out there. Have you heard this guy, Charles?
Oh, yeah, he's incredible.
Yeah, this is great. So he's so good. So he had a riff on Haley's loss to none of the above. Pretty good.
Nikki Haley, I call her Nimrod. Nimrod ought to be embarrassed. She lost to none of the above. How do you do that? She lost to none of the above. It's more embarrassing than Paul Pelosi in his underwear at 3 a.m. with a hammer. You know what I'm talking about. More embarrassing than Crooked Joe on a flight of stairs or a bicycle. More embarrassing than Pocahontas' DNA test. The results, Pocahontas, she's a fake Indian, Chief Hiawatha. More embarrassing than Eric Swalwell on national TV. That's why we call him his flatulence. He's a terrible person. It's so embarrassing, Nikki. Oh, Nikki, you're so bad. You're so bad it's really sad. Oh, Nikki. It's time to drop out. Nimrod, a loss to none of the above. Nobody's ever lost like that before. What a disgrace, believe me.
The only thing missing are the hand gestures when he's speaking.
Yeah.
That's
but
classic.
The cadence and the tone, the timbre, it's just perfect. Nails. Nailed it, I should say. Eduardo, Tampa Bay.
Yeah, Dan and Charles, thank you for taking my call. I just wanted to comment shortly that the retailers are moving away from the big cities into the suburbs because of the crime that's happening in the cities.
No question about it. Thanks for the call.
Did you see that, I think it was Channel 32 report? Fox, local Fox. 460-some cars stolen in 1 week in Chicago. 462 automobile car thefts in 1 week in the city of Chicago. Reported.
It's working. Everything's working. Crime's coming down. Don't you worry about it. That's what we're told. The Irish Prime Minister out of Ogden Dunes, Indiana.
Oh, Dan and the great Charles Thomas, brother of Clarence and cousin of Isaiah. I heard that after his morning constitutional, but before he was helped on with the Depends, Joe Biden this morning said about that special counsel, with friends like him, who needs enemas? Now, you two are well versed in the great Irish literary tradition. Hey, I've got a short poem that both exposes Chicago's white media patriarchy, Dan, and it throws a lifeline to the Chicago mayor. And after all, to paraphrase old Mayor Daley, himself a great Irishman, if you can't be racist to your own family, who can you be racist to? Roses are red, violets are blue. If you had a black wife raising 3 black kids, you'd be a mess too. Roses are red, but the media is fake. Mayor has a black wife raising 3 black kids, so cut him a break. Thank you, guys.
Hey, man.
Boy.
I tell you, in about 4 or 5 weeks, 5 weeks from now, right? He's going to be
Thanks for the call, Kevin.
right there.
Not exactly William Butler Yeats there with the poetry, but all right. Mm-hmm. Okay. Kip in Stillman Valley.
Yeah, thanks for taking my call, Dan. Charles, nice to hear your input. You guys are great together too.
Thank you.
As Amy. But listen, that special prosecutor on Biden, I'm not satisfied with, and I hope the Republicans in Congress and the Senate aren't satisfied with it either. Everybody's missing the point. When he had these secret documents, he was not president, and he's got those illegally. I think with Trump, with him being president and having maybe some classified documents, he's or may not. We don't really know, and we don't really know what classified documents Biden really had. I think that this is just a hurry up and get it off. Like Biden said, the case is over. It's a done deal, and everybody forget about it. I don't think so. So I would hope to hear more about this in the days to come. Thank you very much. Have a great Super Bowl weekend.
You too, Cap.
Does
Thanks.
it really make a difference? It's all political. All of these cases. If Donald Trump was playing golf every day at Mar-a-Lago, and he had no intention to run for election, re-election or whatever, we wouldn't hear anything about any of this. This would be nothing. But it's politics. It's all politics.
Kevin, Austin, Texas.
Dan, Charles, I just want to compliment you on keeping a show that's engaging and entertaining with such a low, slow news week. There weren't many things happening.
Yeah, right.
But I did want to say, as far as I want to go, one of the things that Charles talked about, the foundation is the family. That's the foundational institution. But you've got to build people of character. They're going to start that family, and that starts by education. And I think what you're talking about, the bureaucracies right now are geared towards dependence. Hopefully we work back eventually to get the school choice options, because that's what's going to give people opportunities to build character. Then when they get married, have good families.
Well, right.
I don't think it's.
Yeah. I mean, no dependence, no bureaucracy, no jobs.
I mean,
right.
They have incentives to keep that, and I think it's, as far as the conspiracy thing, when this was all set up, I don't think it's so much conspiracies. I think it's incompetence. We have incompetent people in government that are incentivized to keep the bureaucracies going, and to change that, get involved locally. Get involved, find out your precinct area, get involved locally, because as you've stated, the GOP is incompetent as well. And a lot of people who listen to you are educated and informed by listening to you, and then they can get involved in the precinct level to find out what's going on.
Thanks, Kevin. Rich, Indian Head Park.
Hey, good morning, Dan. Good morning, Charles. How you guys doing this morning? I just have a quick question. If the Supreme Court strikes down this Colorado thing of stopping Trump from being on the ballot, does that mean that that will stop all other states from doing the same? After all, Trump is not going to be able to run for third term.
Right. Thanks for the call, Rich. I mean, Functionally, yes. Technically, no. Because, I mean, it depends what the majority opinion is. And, if there's an enterprising leftist-backed person or group in a particular state that wants to come up with a novel argument that is not spoken to by the opinion in the Colorado case. I mean, there's always the possibility. There are always paths to the courthouse. But, I mean, functionally, it ends the silliness, at least for this cycle, a Supreme Court decision, particularly if it's, and as anticipated, 8-1 or 9-0. Chuck in Delavan, Wisconsin.
Thanks for mentioning my band, Functionally Yes. Hey, tomorrow, 1
great
to
yes
3,
tribute band.
everybody. Yeah. Yes, great. From 1 to 3 tomorrow, DJ's in to drink. It's on the north end of Como. I'm going to be there. I'm in another chili cook-off. I won first place last week, and I'm making the exact same thing. I had Inner Mongolian chickens flown in. I butchered them. I got them all cooking right now today. That's what I'm doing. So make sure you're there from 1 to 3 to vote on me.
Chuck from Delavan is not the owner of a lonely heart. Much better than the owner
So
of
is
a
that
broken
chicken
heart.
chili? Or it's chili.
Yeah. I don't know, and I'm not sure if Chuck from Delavan knows either, actually. Charles Thomas, thanks so much for sitting in.
Man, it was great being
much
here.
of the week.
It was great being here these few days. Thank you for having me.
Always a pleasure. Very good time. And thank you for everybody who called in and everybody who tuned in. Have a great weekend. Go 49ers. Now we turn it over to Mike Scott for the news. I know. Sorry, Charles. I know. I'm done. I'm done with Mahomes and company. All right. Mike Scott with the news.
Fire damages the Palace Grill. A jury convicts a Chicago trader of engaging in unauthorized trading. WIND Chicago News Time, 9 o'clock.
The special counsel investigating President Biden got it right on one thing. I'm Dave Anthony.